walkthrough for the legendary level. For next-gen walkthroughs, I'm Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom. No big surprises here, this is just the opening cutscenes and the walk to the bridge. The real tips will start when the real gameplay starts in Part 2.
Cortana, all I need to know is, did we lose them?
I think we both know the answer to that.
We made a blind jump. How did they...
Get here first? The Covenant ships have always been faster. As for tracking us all the way from Reach, at light speed my maneuvering options were limited.
We were running dark, yes?
Until we decelerated, no one could have missed the hole we tore in subspace. They were waiting for us on the far side of the planet.
So, where do we stand?
Our fighters are mopping up the last of their recon picket now, nothing serious. But I've isolated approach signatures for multiple CCS-class battle groups. Make it 3 capital ships per group. And in about 90 seconds, they'll be all over us.
Well, that's it then. Bring the ship back up to Combat Alert Alpha. I want everyone at their stations.
Everyone, sir?
Everyone. And Cortana.
Hmm?
Let's give our old friends a warm welcome.
I've already begun.
Attention, all combat personnel. Please report to your action stations. Fifth platoon, secure airlocks on deck 11. 14th platoon, rendezvous with 22nd Tactical at Bulkhead Charlie 14.
You heard the lady. Move like you got a purpose.
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill.
Man, we let those dumb bugs out to the middle of nowhere to keep them from getting their filthy claws on Earth. But we stumbled onto something they're so hot for that they're scrambling over each other to get it. Well, I don't care if it's God's own anti-son of a bitch machine or a giant hula hoop. We're not gonna let them have it. What we will let them have is a belly full of lead and a pool of their own blood to drown in. Am I right, Marines?
Sir, yes, sir!
Mm-hmm. Damn right I am. Now move it out! Double time!
Attention all personnel. We are re-engaging the enemy. External and internal contact imminent.
All you greenhorns who wanted to see Covenant up close, this is gonna be your lucky day.
Whoa. Sir?
Right. Let's thaw him out.
Okay. Bringing low-level systems online. Cracking the case in 30 seconds. He's hot! Blowing the pins in 5!
Fire team, report to defensive positions Alpha through Sierra. Sensors show inbound Covenant boarding craft. Stand by to repel boarders.
Secure those blast doors! Move! Move!
What the? Sir, the captain needs you on the bridge ASAP. Better follow me.
Take that!
Help! Found. Get clear, Chief!
Captain Keyes.
Good to see you, Master Chief. Things aren't going well. Cortana did her best, but we never really had a chance.
A dozen Covenant superior battleships against a single Halcyon-class cruiser. With those odds, I'm content with 3... make that 4 kills. Sleep well?
No thanks to your driving, yes.
So you did miss me.
Report!
It must have been one of their boarding parties. I'd guess an antimatter charge.
Ma'am! Fire control for the main cannon is offline!
Captain, the cannon was my last offensive option.
All right, then. I'm initiating Cold Protocol Article 2. We're abandoning the Autumn. That means you too, Cortana.
While you do what? Go down with the ship?
In a manner of speaking. The object we found, I'm gonna try and land the Autumn on it.
With all due respect, sir, this war has enough dead heroes.
I appreciate your concern, Cortana, but it's not up to me. The protocol is clear. Destruction or capture of a shipboard AI is absolutely unacceptable, and that means you're leaving ship. Lock in a selection of emergency landing zones, upload them to my neural lace, and then sort yourself for a heart transfer.
Aye, aye, sir.
Which is where you come in, Chief. Get Cortana off this ship. Keep her safe from the enemy. If they capture her, they'll learn everything. Force deployment, weapons research. Earth.
I understand.
The Autumn will continue evasive maneuvers until you initiate a landing sequence. Not that you'll listen, but I'd suggest letting my subroutines handle the final approach.
Excellent work, Cortana. Thank you. Are you ready?
Yank me.
Good luck, Master Chief.
Your architecture isn't much different from the Autumn's.
Don't get any funny ideas.
Walkthrough.
I don't keep it loaded, son. You'll have to find ammo as you go.
For next-gen walkthroughs, I'm Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom. And this is the legendary level of Halo Combat Evolved, otherwise sometimes known as Halo 1 for PC. As you can see here, one of your first strategies will be to use a pistol on grunts and to take them out first by shooting them once in the head. Then go for other enemies like elites. Headshots count more than body shots. Sometimes you have to go for whatever you can hit.
Get down! Get on it! Lost contact.
Whenever you have a chance, you want to get whatever weapons are available that you're going to most use. And using plasma rifles rather on elites would be a second strategy. Energy weapons tend to freeze up your enemies and give you more chance to hit them without receiving fire. A third strategy would be to find hold points, places where you can find cover easily and cut down the angle of enemy fire coming in. And hopefully isolate your enemies to 1 or 2 at a time that can be firing at you and you can fire it at. Now the cafeteria is the first tough spot in Halo on the legendary level, but the strategies that work here will work throughout the game. There's always one that escapes out the back. And I did a little melee grenade move. The melee missed, but the grenade stuck him. Elites are always pretty funny when they get stuck. Everything you need after the cafeteria is right outside the door: health pack and pistol reloads. That's another strategy, is to use plasma grenades on elites especially. And here I have the wrong one, but and then I switched. You get stuck on that button once. A plasma grenade will take out an elite with one grenade and anyone around him in close proximity, where a frag won't do that. Here's a boarding craft, and you can just pretty much grenade the opening.
Reserve combat teams on deck 5 through 9. Fall back to secondary defensive position.
And you've got pistol reloads, overshields inside here.
They're using our lifeboat airlocks to attach their boarding craft. We go out and they come in. Clever bastards.
The overshield's literally a Covenant shield that goes over your shield. It's gives you some added protection, but it's limited use. It doesn't recharge.
Nobody on this side.
Now you want to kind of recon your weapons and make sure you're loaded. Like go back through the cafeteria. I didn't do that for time purposes because I'm trying to keep the walkthrough short. But you see how that frag that I threw kind of stuck on his waist, which shouldn't have happened. But it didn't take him out with one grenade. Had it been a plasma, it would have. Now whenever you see your allies or your guys engaged, and you can come in from the side, do that. Because the enemies will always be looking at wherever they've received fire from last. So you have a chance to come in from the side, hopefully stick an elite. So if you can, stick an elite first.
Down. There's 2 of us in here now, remember?
And then engage the grunts next to cut down the number of enemies. And then go back and finish all the rest of the enemies. They tend to telegraph their grenade throws at you. Yeah, he got stuck. And now see, he didn't see me throw it, so he didn't react in time. That's another common thing that happens. So even if it's close, it's okay. If they see you throw it, a lot of times they'll try and dodge it if it doesn't stick them. And here you can see going for the head takes him down pretty quick. Saves you a lot of time, and taking down grunts fast like that will cut down very quickly the amount of enemy fire and the amount of enemy grenades coming in. And come in from the side again. Get your grenade off, he's stuck. Take out grunts. And everybody's done right there. You can see how much easier that is. A couple of simple strategies help you out a lot on Legendary, because you have many more enemies, their fire causes a lot more damage, and they're a lot smarter and faster and more accurate, so you can't just run into the crowd. The worst thing to do on Legendary is to get surrounded. So you always want to have hold points like right here. Now you want to wait till you have the right weapon ready and your shield has come back up, but I'm kind of forgoing safety just to keep things short. I see he was a little late, and then I stuck the second one. Take out the grunts. You just keep working the same strategy throughout the game. Pistol works good on jackals also. And frag grenades are good for grunts and jackals. I don't want to get that plasma, but I know I had to go out in the open. So it turns out the guy, he's facing the other way. Now you can melee anybody from behind and get a one-hit kill like that, except for hunters and flood. But it works on grunts, jackals, and elites. Another overshield. See how it freezes him up, and I stuck him, but he blew up a little too close. It was another melee grenade move, but he followed me that time. Now this is another strategy you can use, a little redirection, come around from a different angle, give you a chance to get something off. Now they got stuck, I had enough time to get a grenade off. And now pretty much everybody's dead. He blew up everybody around him when he went off. That's the big advantage of plasmas.
All remaining crew and ops personnel, hit the lifeboat. Fall back to evac station.
This is the second tough spot in the game.
Covenant, on the landing above us.
This staircase. There's many different ways to do it. One of the strategies that I like is to stay back here, take out all the grunts I can until the door's open. There's the doors opening. There's ones like it upstairs, just opposite of this. You're doing the same thing. You want to stick the elite, and before you do that, stay close to the wall that supports the stairs. I was too far out from them, that's why I got so much fire there. And then you find your other hold point right here. Continue to take out the grunts. Now you can try rushing up the stairs, but it's really hard. I've only done it a few times. And survived. But this works pretty well. I crouch over here in this corner, and I can usually take out one elite at a time, so you'll find that works pretty well for you. There's one elite across who fell down. He's kind of looking this way. Basically, the plasma rifle works well on elites, partly because it freezes them up, and also you get enough fire before it overheats to be able to take out one elite if you hit him most of the time. Now, he got stuck facing the direction that he took fire from last, so I was able to sneak up behind him and melee him. But these are the strategies, some of them that work throughout the game, for the most part, except on Flood. So just keep working them and you'll do fine. Legendary? What you're supposed to do here is walk up to this barrier, or what's easy, and then throw a grenade on either side of that support in the center, which I totally screw up here. If you get 2 good grenades on either side of that, you can blow up everybody most of the time. But I kind of messed it up here. This is right after the staircase. Just using the same strategies we talked about last time. There's 2 elites down the hall that you may not have seen. That's what the grenade was being thrown at. And now they're here. He's stuck. And this is the third and final part for the Pillar of Autumn. Just showing a lifeboat taking off here.
The life pods are launching. We should hurry. Warning, blast doors closing. The Covenant are destroying the life pods. They really don't want us on that ring. We have to use the ship's maintenance access ways. Follow the nav point, it will lead you to an opening.
Now, what I probably didn't mention before that you would have noticed when those grunts were taken out is you kind of have to aim high on the head when you're going for a single headshot. You don't want to aim dead center, you want to be a little bit high. There's a path you're supposed to take through here, but I find if you use these access openings and don't take the normal path, you can get quite a few kills. So that's kind of what I'm doing here, just kind of messing with them and taking them out. There's nothing quite as fun as sticking elites. In the game, anyway. Just pop out, get a grenade off, pop out, get a couple shots on grunts. If you're careful about it, you can usually cut down the number of enemies pretty quick and not take any damage. And eventually you gotta run across here. I'm looking for a hold point. I'm just gonna pop out. And he's stuck. And again, this is a next-gen walkthrough. And I'm sort of ForumsExtreme.com. You can see how using those access ports rather than going through that door that you're supposed to melee is a lot easier. These are the guys waiting for you.
To catch you napping.
Reserve combat teams on deck 5 through 9. Fall back to secondary defensive position.
There's an elite way down at the end. If you stay farther back, he'll hit you a lot less. Now there's some explosions that go off here that you want to not be in the middle of. You either have to get out before the explosion goes off that's right in front of you, in the area right in front of you, or you have to wait for it to go off. Now there I got out ahead. I had already taken the grunts out, so... Just took my time to get one shot to conserve the ammo. You can melee him 3 times also. That's another way to do it. Another thing I probably didn't mention was slowing your shots down is a big help. And then just kind of more focusing on aiming. Isn't that funny? The best is sticking them on the head. Again, just working the little access openings. Being able to catch them where they're not looking. Now here it's important to go back. So don't keep advancing in that direction.
The damage to the superstructure.
You got a health pack back here and you want to come in from the side now.
The Autumn can take.
That's empty. Or that's done. The part you want to get back to if you don't need the health pack, or if you do need it, you got to come back here. There'll be a couple grunts usually. And you can come in from the side here. This gives you a little added protection a lot of times, and they won't be looking if you've already shot them. Had the wrong grenade up though. He would have been stuck otherwise. Again, just use a little redirection. That's everybody, I think. You got a whole lot of grenades here, so you could just toss them. Now this is the last opening. The only way you can get by it to not take the life pod and get down here is to blow up that last little Covenant shield.
Get aboard before it launches.
That's how I did that.
Oh no! Oh no!
Otherwise you get sucked in.
Now would be a very good time to leave.
Punch it.
Aye, sir.
And that's it for the Pillar of Autumn level.
We're disengaged, going for minimum safe distance.
Look!
What is that thing, Lieutenant?
Hell if I know, but we're landing on it.
Your Honor, she's been hit!
I knew it. The Autumn's accelerating. Keys is going in manual.
Heads up, everyone, this is it. We're entering the ring's atmosphere in 5.
Sure you wouldn't rather take a seat?
We'll be fine.
If I still had fingers, they'd be crossed.
For the Halo Combat Evolved walkthrough for NextGenWalkthroughs.com, I'm Sword of Forums Extreme.
We're coming in too fast. Damn! Air brake failure. They blew too early. I'm losing her. Brace for impact!
Chief? Chief, can you hear me? At last! Are you alright?
All I'm doing here is just loading up on ammo, and I'm going to trigger the dropship. The trigger point's right here next to the bridge.
Warning. I've detected multiple Covenant dropships on approach. I recommend moving into those hills. If we're lucky, the Covenant will believe that everyone aboard this lifeboat died in the crash. Alert! Covenant dropship inbound. They must be looking for survivors. I recommend immediate evasion.
If you don't fire at the dropship, it won't fire at you. And you don't want it to fire at you anyway. This rock makes a great hold point. It's a good place to find cover. I used to follow Cortana's direction.
Covenant dropship has detected us. Here they come.
And I'd go across the bridge and up the hill, and if you run all the way up the hill and you don't stop, you can avoid the Banshees sometimes, or I'd engage the Banshees. But I found this works a lot better, and it's a lot quicker. Just let them drop off, let the dropship take off, and then engage them. Same strategies that were talked about before. Take out the grunts first. You'll have 2 or 3 retreating across the bridge. If you can get them, take them out. Then just keep using redirection. They'll look at wherever they had fire from last, and you're able to get a few more shots off by popping out the other side. So I work this till all the grunts are gone. Then if there's a blue and a red, elite, and sometimes there's 2 reds. But if there's a blue and a red, I'll take out the blue first because they're a lot easier. And if I have to engage a red out in the open, I'd rather he didn't have any support. Now needles are real easy to dodge. You just have to strafe, which is moving side to side, and they can't turn that quick. So if you strafe well, you'll get very few of them that actually hit you. They really have to build up a lot to take you down. Strafing is a great skill to learn if you don't do it much, especially in multiplayer. The guys that are always the easiest to kill in online multiplayer are the ones that will walk in a straight line all the time, even when they're fighting. So I take his plasma rifle because I'm going to engage an elite up at the top of the hill. When you cross the center of the stream, that's what triggers the Banshees to come. You can do that either where at the bridge or even halfway up the stream. Now you get good cover at this rock and with these trees on either side. All you got to do is aim for the front of the Banshee. You take the first one out, the second one retreats, but you do have to watch out for the second one. He came in pretty close there. I've only ever gotten the second one once or twice. It retreats pretty quick. If you try to avoid the Banshees altogether, you can walk up the side of the cliff and right against the wall, kind of staying somewhat around where the trees are, and then retreat right into this spot here between these 2 rocks that I just climbed up. I use this rock as kind of a hold point to take out the grunts from. And I can ignore the elite until all the grunts are gone. There's a few off in the distance, or well, 1 or 2 off in the distance still, if you can't see them. So I use this rock to take out the elite a lot of times. It works great, especially if there's a red, because they're kind of tough. You can get in an angle where he can you can shoot at him, but he can't quite shoot at you. The plasma rifle, of course, makes it a lot easier because it stuns him a little bit. Now right here you can see how you can land from a great height without taking any damage if you land on a slanted surface like that, like the side of the rock gave right there. The other way that you can reduce damage is by landing and crouching just as you land. I think I actually did both there. So you can land on a slant from any height that the game won't cause you to die like in midair. Which can still be pretty high. There's just certain bridges where you're so high that it just kind of kills you midair. So I go back and get ammo, and you want to get whatever you feel most comfortable with using to take out enemies over open terrain. And the next part of the game, you have to be loaded up for the next part. It's really, I would say, one of the top 3 toughest spots in the whole game coming up in part 2. As soon as you come around the corner in part 2, you have to start taking out the grunts right away and then finish off the elites real quick. And you will have a dropship firing at you in that one. But basically use the same strategies that have been talked about all the way through. This is the only thing I change up here is I use a needler instead of a plasma rifle for elites because it's open terrain and the needles follow them. So it can make it a lot easier. But that's pretty much it for part 1. On Legendary for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. I'm Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom.
I'm reading a lifeboat beacon over the next hill. We should check to see if there are any survivors.
And this section is what I would say is one of the top 3 hardest parts in Halo, mainly because of the sheer number of enemies you encounter. Again, I just take out the grunts first. It's pretty easy with a pistol. And then use the needler on the elites. If you stay back far enough, they won't target you. Now you have to get your guys to talk with you, and that will start the sequence of the dropships coming.
You make me proud, Good to see you, sir. I thought we were the only ones who made it off the pillar.
I've had once or twice where that didn't happen. I had to go back and get one of the guys to start talking with me. Usually it happens automatically, though. So I come up here and get reloads. You can't really fight from up here on Legendary. You just have too many enemies coming in from both sides eventually. So my basic strategy is to meet the dropships as they land and try to destroy them up until the last 2.
It's a mess, sir. We're scattered all over this map. Call for evac.
So I threw a couple grenades to soften up the elites that come out that side, and then I use the needler to try and take them out. And one of the best things to do with the jackals is just throw a grenade, use a frag on them. One of the tricks with jackals when they have their shield up is either to use a grenade or shoot for the hand. That's the one spot that's exposed where they're holding the plasma pistol. So aim for the hand, they'll draw back and expose more of their body, and you can kill them pretty quick. Most of the time. If you get overwhelmed, the spot that you see at the end that I use as a hold point is where you can withdraw to at any time, basically.
Where are you going? That lifeboat's beacon is our only chance of getting reunited with the rest of the crew. We have to stay with it.
Now you want to stay in front of these elites so that they run straight at you. That way the needles will actually go to them and stick on them. If you get kind of to the side of them and for the direction they're running in, then they'll run past the needles basically. None of the needles will stick to them. So that's a little trick, just stay in front of them. Doing a terrible job of getting headshots here. Now I want to load back up with needles. Make sure everything's reloaded, and here comes another dropship. This one's kind of funny because if you beat it here, it gets stuck.
Another bandit dropping
So you have to kind of come back so it'll actually drop. I use this rock right in front of me as a hold point. If you strafe some and withdraw behind the rock pretty quick, you'll be able to make it through without taking too much damage. The needles actually penetrate the tree branches, so you don't have to see the elite to shoot them all the time. Now it's time for the last two dropships. I go back up, get reloads once again, and then see how I can do. A lot of times I have to withdraw right away. You can jump right off of there if you need to, if there's already elites coming up the ramp. Basically just fall off and crouch at the end if you want. And this is the hold spot. Anytime you start to get overwhelmed, just withdraw right into here. In this area, you can cut down the angle of enemy fire. You can use redirection a lot. And you can sneak out every so often, get more ammo if you have to. That really hurt. Now I had to throw a bunch of needles out and a grenade out to try to slow that elite down. With my shield down, he would have definitely got me if he'd gotten any closer.
Good thing to say. I recommend that we stay near the beacon and wait for extraction.
Don't worry at all about trying to save your guys. You're not gonna. I think I've only done it once. It's really rare. You get a fresh guy with the warthog that comes at the end anyway. That's a bad place to get stuck. I don't care what species you are. Bad throw. Now reds strafe a lot, and in this case he strafed right into the grenade.
This is Pelican Echo 419. Anybody reading me? Repeat. Any UNSC personnel respond. Roger, Echo 419. This is Fire Team Charlie. We read you. Is that you, Fohammer? Roger, Fire Team Charlie.
That's pretty much the end of the part 2 of
Fohammer,
the
we
Halo
need
level.
transportation to the command shuttle. I'm on my way.
Look, more lifeboats. They're coming in fast. If those lifeboats make it down, the Covenant are going to be right on top of them.
Fohammer, we need you to disengage your warthog. The Master Chief and I are going to see if we can save some soldiers. Roger, Cortana.
The cavalry's arrived.
Okay, Charlie Team, warthog deployed. Saddle up and give them hell.
On Legendary
Roger,
for
Fohammer. Stand by to evac
NextGenWalkthroughs.com.
survivors and transport them to safety. That's affirmative. Echo 419, staying on station.
Normally you want to go down to the
Fohammer
slope
out.
that's straight ahead right here. This is another way you can go if you want to scare the daylights out of your gunner. The trick is, though, you have to land the jump, which I almost don't do.
Oh yeah!
This cave is not a natural formation. Someone built it, so it must lead somewhere. I've hacked into the Covenant battle network. They're actually broadcasting tactical data on unencrypted channels. We should show them who they're dealing with.
A rocket
Master
scientist,
Chief,
that too.
I'm going to
This
use your
cave's not
suit's
a natural
transcom system to
formation.
monitor
What
their
was your first
chatter.
clue? Now right here you're going to be coming down a ramp, and you want to stop just after you get down the ramp. You want to have a little bit of cover from the walls. There's kind of a line right in front of the vehicle, and you don't want to cross that. You want to be back just a tad from it. Take the gunner seat, and you can usually take out one elite and a few other enemies while you're here. You can stay here quite a while actually.
Who's with me?
And if you jump out in time, you can avoid, which he got me from the side, you can avoid the plasma pistol fire. This is a good spot to be able to get some of the jackals that pop out. There's several grunts to the left. Everybody else is pretty much to the right.
They're everywhere. Hey, that was mine. Come on, keep it up.
Those are all grunts and jackals in the background.
Showtime.
Now you can get out and clear the grunts here if you want. It might actually be safer.
You like that? You can't hide from me. Stay on target. There's another one.
My problem is I actually like running them over and using the chain guns.
There it is. Give me an aim.
When I do finally get out, I like to position my gunner so he provides a little cover. He usually stays there as long as there's enemies.
Hey, nice and smooth now. Over here.
And sometimes the gunner is actually useful. Now you can do this a little easier than what I do. Usually you walk up here, slide in sideways, and you can grenade the first one like I did and come right back and throw some more grenades. You could probably melee the first one a lot of times. You have to be quick and a little bit quiet about it though, otherwise you're going to grab their attention. This whole segment with the red elites could have gone a lot better probably if I'd thrown in a few more grenades right at the beginning. And now for the very exciting light bridge. This area is pretty easy. But you can get in trouble here just like any place in Legendary.
There's new traffic on the Covenant battle network. A lot more crew made it off the Autumn than I had predicted. The captain really gave them hell. If we can find Captain Keyes and the other survivors, we have a chance to coordinate an effective resistance. Lifeboat detected. No sign of survivors.
The lifeboat's totaled, sir. There are supplies and weapons all over the place, but I can't find any bodies. Maybe somebody made it out of here alive.
Part 4 of the Halo level on Legendary for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. Basically, I head straight across the stream for the biggest hill, and that one will take you to the allies that are hiding in the rocks. As soon as I get in there, I start running everybody over.
Survivors detected. Marines are concealed in those rocks.
Right on!
They haven't always gotten so far into the rocks. If you're careful, you can pretty much do the whole level with just running people over, or running enemies over.
Grenade! Here comes more! Oh man, what a mess! Give me an angle! Can't hide from me. Oh yeah! More of them! Stay on target.
Now the trick here is to meet the drop ships as they land and run over the guys as they get out of the drop ship. In this case, it had already taken off because I was a little slow getting to it, or getting rid of the first group. They're generally not in the rocks that far when you first get there, so it's usually a little easier to get rid of the first group.
We'll get you.
You can see how it's kind of effective to grab them just as they drop out.
There's more where that came from. There's no running.
The big thing is to keep it moving. Never stop. Try not to hit any rocks. Don't dump over. And do little slides into the guys. And you can take everybody out that way. You're going to have 2 dropships targeting you at a time once in a while, so that's another reason to not stop moving.
How'd that feel?
And you can basically, I mean, one of the sort of odd things is you can drive through the dropship.
Over here!
Or at least for the most part. Another little tip with driving is counter steering. Basically, if you're going to tip left, then you want to turn left, and that'll keep you from tipping over. That, along with not stopping, are two things that'll keep you alive, whether it's in the campaign or it's multiplayer. Both are important. And that's the last one.
There's another one! You can't hide from me! Try that on! Haha! There's no stopping me! Come on! It's more fun shooting them!
Echo 419 to Cortana, come in.
We read you, Echo 419. We have survivors and need immediate dust-off.
I have some reloads
Roger,
here.
Cortana. On
If
my
you
way.
run out and you really
I
need
spotted
reloads, you can come
additional
back here for
lifeboats
them.
in your area. One near the cliff edge, and another near the head of the river.
Now that's how
Hard to
you
see
get
from
rid
my
of
altitude, but it
somebody
looks like
who's
there
too
are
low
more survivors.
in health.
Acknowledged.
Just kick them
We're on
out
our
and
way.
then drive away quick. Now you want to go out the far end here if you want to do the same pattern. Each of these little areas has two entrances basically. If you do the same pattern, the Banshees and other enemies that spawn in the adjoining area where the first life pod was won't spawn there. I don't do it for that reason, but it just works out that way. If you do happen to go through the middle area and do it in a different order, then you can just ignore the Banshees. Once you get into one of these sections, they don't follow you in. Basically here, just stay up on the hill, stay a little bit out of sight, try to plan your shots, conserve your ammo. You're going to need 2 for every elite, so you want to be careful, unlike right there where I missed. If you get 2 off really quick, then he won't have a chance to get away. You don't want to get stuck on any one guy. You can always come back to him. One of the things with Legendary also is you don't have a lot of extra ammo, so you have to be a little more careful.
We need to find the other 2 lifeboats.
I'm wasting too many shots here. Usually I do it quite a bit better. And you'll want to too.
There are some Marines hiding in the hills above the structure.
As soon as all the enemies are done, you just come up on the hill, place the hog so it can cover when the dropship comes. You have reloads over here.
I'll call in a dropship to pick them up.
That doesn't look like the right dropship. Not the one Cortana was talking about anyway. It's good to take out the red first. Or reds in this case.
Echo 419 to Cortana. Foehammer's on station and ready for another pickup. Affirmative, Foehammer. We're ready for dust-off. Approach when ready. We're going to look for the last lifeboat, Echo 419. Good luck.
Another little tip I don't always use is to melee when you go to reload. So basically when the clip just touches the gun, you melee, and it reduces your reload time a little. And that's the end of part 4.
Warning. I've picked up reports that the Covenant has located and secured the Pillar of Autumn's crash site. The good news is the captain is still alive. The bad news is that the Covenant have captured the entire surviving command crew. Let's hurry and find the final lifeboat so we can link up with the rest of the survivors.
Halo level on Legendary.
Maybe they took cover in that structure. Let's check it out.
From NextGenWalkthroughs.com. The strategy here is very similar to the last section, where you want to wait back, take out enemies from a distance with the sniper, conserve your rounds. I'm a little low here, and that's why you don't want to waste them in other sections. If you wanted to go back and get more, you can go to the first section that I was at, where all the drop ships came down. But I'm going to go ahead and do this without the extra rounds. It'll make it a little more challenging. If you continue down against the wall that I'm next to, you'll end up by the big rock at the end, and that's a good spot to snipe from also. You'll be able to get a few grunts and a few jackals from there. And an elite or two. Once you start emptying a clip with the pistol, the enemies will zero in on you and start to group up on you. This is one of the reasons it's so much easier if you have enough sniper rounds. This doesn't happen. You can take out everybody from a distance for the most part.
We should search the interior of those structures before we leave.
I like to clear the ground level before I go down into the tunnels. And you don't have to go up on the very top platform, but if you do, you want to make sure pretty much everybody's dead already before you go up there. And there's only one grunt left. Was. These little walls can actually provide a decent amount of protection as you take on the next elites. Now, jumping from the space between the walls, it would have been a lot easier, and that's why I almost didn't make it.
should secure the area before the dropship arrives.
I've called for an evac.
Roger that. Hurry! Assemble for evac! Pronto!
That's the last of them. Roger that. I'm on my way.
New traffic on the Covenant BattleNet. I found Captain Keyes. He's being held on a Covenant cruiser, the Truth and Reconciliation, a ship I disabled before we abandoned the Autumn.
Now this rock right here,
The Truth and Reconciliation touched down on a desert plateau roughly 300 kilometers upspin.
is the one I was talking about doing some sniping from. And right here, sometimes when it spawns, it has a slant there. And other times it doesn't. It's kind of weird. But when that slant's there, you can walk up the rock. Not that it's a big deal, but you can walk up the rock and you can jump off the top onto the top of the Pelican.
There's our ride. Get aboard and let's get out of here.
Welcome aboard, Master Chief. Ready for dust off.
And that's
We
it
should
for
move
this
out,
level.
Lieutenant, and then we'll need your help on a rescue mission. Enemy has captured Captain Keyes and are holding him aboard one of their cruisers, the Truth and Reconciliation. The ship is currently holding position approximately 300 meters above the other end of this plateau.
So how do we get inside the ship if it's in the air? The Corps issued me a rifle, not wings.
There's a gravity lift that ferries troops and supplies between the ship and the surface. That's our ticket in.
Once we get inside the ship, I should be able to lock on to the tracking signal from Captain Keyes' neural implants.
Hit 'em, Marines! Go, go, go! The Corps ain't paying us by the hour!
Stick to the higher ground to the right. We should be able to recon the Covenant position without being spotted. I've detected Covenant stationary guns near the next pass. I recommend using your sniper rifle to take out the gunners while I call for Marine support.
Get ready to move in to support us, Sergeant. The Master Chief is going to covertly take out as many of the Covenant as he can. Don't open fire until you hear the enemy return fire on us. That should let us keep the element of surprise.
I'm Sword of ForumsExtreme.com, and this is the third level of Halo, the Truth and Reconciliation, on the Legendary difficulty for next-gen walkthroughs.com. Basically, there's a stone barrier right behind me that I'm standing directly in front of that you can snipe from, but it takes a while for everyone to come into view, and eventually you will have to move forward to this area, so I've just moved forward just to make things shorter. You just want to be careful that no one sees you, or at least doesn't see you long enough to do anything. You want to try to get everyone without them firing back and without your Marines getting engaged. As soon as you see them move, though, you'll see the yellow dots forming on the radar. As soon as you see them move, you want to start looking for the elite that's going to come around the corner, like right now. Now you just want to go and meet the next couple waves of enemies that come around the corner. It's just a small little wave of grunts and a small wave of jackals. And that's it.
Let's get it out! Hey, we did it! We're right behind you, Chief! And no one's surrounding us. I see him. Look at him fly! That'll teach him!
Now you can go back and do some
Stop.
weapons recon.
Motion tracker shows movement around the next bend.
We'll be ready to advance as soon as you call for us, Cortana.
Right on!
I'm just trying to avoid a lot of backtracking to keep things brief.
Don't let him get away!
There's a couple good hold points here. You got a rock right here, one in front of that, and then a tree in front of that. So you can use all those as little hold points as you advance here.
Nice shot!
You can use your reticle changing to red to notice if you're on an enemy or not as you're kind of looking through bushes and trees and stuff. There's a blue elite that comes down right at the beginning, and then there's a bunch of grunts that come around the corner there. And you'll be able to see all that a lot better as you're playing. This whole level is kind of dark, and you can adjust the brightness in-game, at least for PC you can. And you can use your light also if you need to. It'll give you night vision when you go to scope too. If you rush right around this corner and you know where the elite is, you can take him out with 2 shots easy. And you've got a health pack here and some more ammo. Going up this center piece right here, this little rock in the center, is a lot easier than going low around the side next to the cliff edge. And it gives you a little cover as you advance here. Especially with this elite that comes up right there. If you take out these grunts real quick while they're at a distance, they won't get a lot of grenades off. Now remember that this weapons pile is here, and you can come back here later. I'm not going to come back here again just to keep things brief, but when you're done with the next section, or even a little bit after that, it's good to be able to come back here, get more weapons, and use the health pack if you need it.
Covenant forces detected up ahead. The path up on the left should let us sneak up around them.
I just wanted to avoid a lot of walking scenes if I could.
We'll hang back while you get into position, Chief.
There's a elite that comes forward here every time. And after you take him out, you just move forward, grab a couple jackals in the back here. They should have been 1 shot each. But you can use these little rocks to pop up and kind of look over the edge. There's usually a grunt back here. And sometimes there's somebody in that shade or the Covenant stationary gun. When you're sniping out of the stationary guns, it's a lot easier to go low on the shoulder than say trying to hit the head or something. And sometimes you can grab the very point that sticks up on the grunts.
Cortana to Fire Team Charlie. Move up on the left. You should be able to flank the enemy.
I like to try to creep up there and grab those 2 jackals, but after that you have to advance, and that triggers the battle. Now you want to take out the stationary guns quick,
Alert.
then go for
Covenant
the elite.
dropships are inbound.
Now as the dropship comes, it's a lot easier to engage the enemies from the dropship from the back side of this area. If you stay in the front, you tend to get overrun. So that's what I'm doing now, starting to move to the back.
Covering fire!
Now you want to remember that that cloak or invis is there, or camo. Now a lot of guys like to do a lot of this level with the plasma pistol, and that works pretty good. You want to use whatever weapons you can and whatever ones you like the best. There's no pistol throughout the whole level, so you kind of have to use a lot of Covenant weapons. There's no other choice. And that's the end of the easy part. All the rest of this is pretty hard. Welcome to the Halo Combat Evolved walkthrough. This is part 2 of the Truth and Reconciliation level. on Legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. Part 1 was the only relatively easy part in the whole level. This part, you want to go right in and get these 2 elites as quick as you can. Sometimes you can just get lucky, like right
We're
here,
directly under the ship
with a
now.
couple plasmas.
Alright, are we fair or what? Mother of God. Never thought I'd get this close to one of these things. How the hell are we going to get inside that monster?
The Covenant use a gravity lift to move troops and supplies between the ship and the surface. We need to ambush them at the grav lift's loading zone and use the lift to enter the ship.
Contact! Enemy in sight! Crap! Those stationary guns are gonna tear us to pieces!
This spot, that spot right there where that rock is a great hold point. Now for the most part, no enemies will come beyond that rock, so you can do the whole level except for the hunters from back there, and only come out maybe to take out the gunners, and that's about it. That's the easiest way to do it, and then you want to walk back and make sure you get all the weapons and ammo you can, and there's a health pack that I left way back in part 1, midway through in part 1, that you could go back to. There's rounds for the sniper back there. Now, I'm not going to backtrack just to keep things brief, but when you're playing on your own, it would be good to do that. There's another health pack on the other end of this section, and I try not to use that one because I want to use it right at the end when everything's over, so that I have full health when I get in the ship. Now, I accidentally grab it in this section, so that was a mistake. I was trying to get sniper rounds and I accidentally grabbed the health pack. But so I don't have to backtrack, I'm going to kind of push forward and give you an idea of what the harder way to do it is, but it's a lot quicker. Basically, the harder way would be to try to take everybody out from this ridge and hold this ridge and keep your guys on this ridge also, and you'll get allies or new marines that'll get dropped off. And you can do the whole thing from here. The real key is to constantly replace your weapons. You'll generally want your sniper and try to conserve your rounds, and then keep replacing the plasma pistol here. You can move forward, get a couple more rounds here, but you don't want to use them all because you need them for the next level, or at least it makes it a lot easier. That's where I grabbed the health pack I didn't want. So there's one dropship, everybody else comes down the grav lift. Now when they come down the grav lift, the first thing you want to target, if you're going to stay out here, is the elites.
At our position.
Roger, Cortana. Echo 419 on approach.
So I don't have to backtrack and take a lot of time. I'm doing something sort of in between the easy way and the hard way. Not that there's really an easy way for this section. It's pretty hard. There's wave after wave of enemies that come down the grav lift. But as soon as you get overwhelmed, or you look like you're going to get overwhelmed, just retreat to this rock, and that's your safe spot to start out from again. And generally you'll be able to find weapons. At one point they had all respawned on me, so I didn't have any more. So this is kind of an in-between spot where I can come out, kind of save some of my guys for a while, and still hold some ground and have some hold points here with some of the rocks and stuff. There's an elite trying to take him out.
Come on! Nice shot! Good one! Notify his next of kin, because they're next!
Now some people are a lot better with the plasma pistol than I am, so they'll tend to favor that and never use the plasma rifle. It's up to you, whatever works best for you. Both will help you get through this level. Saving the sniper for the elites is probably the best thing. And also for the hunters that come at the end.
Look out! Retreat! That one's down. Frag out!
So it's pretty repetitive. You keep getting wave after wave. You take out the elite first. As soon as you can, throw some grenades. One of the things I do is I'll put some grenades near the jackals, and then I'll use some suppression fire to keep them in the same location. Because otherwise they'll try and roll away, and then the grenade will take out you know, maybe 1 to 5 enemies at a time. I'm out of ammo again. I'm just kind of wandering around looking for something.
Hold your fire! Poor Leo.
I can't. I was looking for the plasma pistol. It was with that jackal, but I didn't find it.
Catch!
Now the great thing about this spot is they'll all line up on the other side of the rock. And you can sit here and hit an elite with needlers, and you can throw grenades. And you can stay relatively undamaged. I'm looking for something to take out these jackals, because the one thing a needler isn't good for is taking out jackals. And since I didn't find anything quick, I'm gonna just go in and try and melee him. Now that music change means it's time for the hunters. And that's the big red dot on the radar. I'm just trying to spot him. And there he sees me, so he's ready to fire. There's a blast going off. Now this is the easy way to take out the hunters. I've saved the invis from the previous section and just left it there for when the hunters come. Then you can just walk up right behind them and shoot them right in the back. When you're going for hunters, you need to find the exposed skin, basically, because you can't penetrate their armor. You either need heavy weapons or you're going to need to get the exposed skin. In the back is the best place, of course. There's a big area that's exposed, and you definitely have a lot more hunters in Legendary. That's one of the big differences. Now they've already dropped and are just sitting on the 2 ridges. Now that one was easy, but let's say one is moving around and you miss your first shot and he starts running at you and your invis fades away. Sort of like this. You have to take your shot from the front, and so you're looking for something in the stomach, which you can get while they're moving, or even just below the head, like around the neck area. Those are usually the best spots.
Cortana to Echo 419. We've reached the gravity lift and are ready for reinforcements.
Copy that, Cortana. Hold tight, gentlemen. Bowhammer out.
Once we're inside the ship, I can home in on the captain's command neural interface. They'll probably be in or near the ship's brig, which should narrow our search.
Echo 419 inbound. Clear the drop zone.
So you don't have to save any of your Marines. You get fresh Marines here, and now you just want to load up on your rounds and your health pack that you hopefully didn't use like I did. And then you'll be ready for the next section, because you'll have 24 rounds in the sniper, a full plasma pistol or whatever weapon you like, and then full health. And that's the end of the outside. Now for the really hard part in the ship. Level for NextGenWalkthroughs.com.
I've got a good lock on the captain's CNI transponder. No Covenant defenses detected.
What? There's no Covenant here.
Now on Legendary difficulty, you can expect about 11 or 12 waves or groups of enemies to come out the doors. This is the first guy, the first group, I guess you could say. It's always a invis elite. You can also expect somewhere between 2 and 4 yellow elites, and you want to take them out as quick as possible. One of the easy ways to take them out is either 3 sniper rounds or to use a plasma pistol fully charged, and then follow it up with a sniper. Now the hard way, like the hard way in the other level, or the other section, was to hold the ridge to the right, sort of in the center. This one is to hold the center of the room with your guys. And the way to do that is you want to meet every group as the door opens, and try and grenade the door, and maybe stick somebody as they come out, and then take out those yellow elites as soon as you can. Take out the grunts really quick because they're going to throw grenades. And constantly replace your plasma pistol, because you'll run out quick, and when you run out, it'll be when you most need it, probably.
Alright, well done, Marine. Well done. Alright.
And this is how you want to do it. Right there. That's the way to take out yellow elites really quick. Some people refer to that as an elite combo. Now the easier way to do this section, while there's not really a real easy way, is while these doors don't open for you, they open for the Covenant. And so you can sneak in, and if you go in this side particularly, where there's adjoining passages, then you can find cover in here, you can use redirection, you can have a place to wait for your shield to come back up without being surrounded. You just have to watch because some enemies can come out behind you. But after you're done with your 12 groups or so, then it's time for a couple hunters. Now you can fight most all of this section right from inside here. It takes a little longer, and you have to wait for enemies to get in the right place, and you gotta be careful about getting cover, because when the door opens they'll all be firing at you when they pile up out there. And you gotta let these yellow elites come in the passageway a little ways, otherwise they'll retreat back out before you can kill them. Now it turns out there's only one grunt left. Once you get the checkpoint, that means the doors are going to open across the way and for the hunters. Now I'm just checking to see if I have a shot here somewhere from the front, because they're moving a little bit. But there's nothing too obvious, they've already seen me. So I'm going to go for the easy way, like I demonstrated before. You just take the invis and sneak up behind them. If you're confident that you can take them out without using the invis, then you can save it and use it after the hunters are dead, and either use it to bypass some enemies or to melee them in the back, or you can choose to use it at the beginning. Though when you use it at the beginning, one of the advantages of not having it is the yellow elites can tend to go right for you, and they're easier to shoot that way. So if you have the invis, they'll kind of move perpendicular to your line of fire, and so it's a little harder to take them out, because they'll be going for your Marines instead of for you. Now this is where your Marines end up going to.
We could use the side passages to find a way around.
If you have any left. Now in the lower levels you almost always have some left. And you can save them here. It's pretty hard to do, but you can do it. It's possible. But you have to hold the middle of the room to do it. They won't follow you in the passageways. Now what happens here is you pass around this corner, there's a group of enemies that'll keep coming out behind you, so you have to watch your radar and just realize that they're going to be there. So every time you clear a few guys out, you got to turn back, check your radar, see if there's more enemies coming. Didn't happen to trigger them this time. There'll be some in a minute. There's always an elite and a couple grunts that's in the side room too. The one I just killed. Now once you push through and clear this long hallway here and the adjoining halls and go all the way up to the far end, then when you come back there won't be any more enemies coming up from behind. As soon as you come out here, you want to get some grenades off, because there's an elite and a jackal that'll meet you right away. There's another group with an elite and some jackals down at the far end. Now this is typical when an elite goes to hide. They'll crouch, and as long as you don't have them in full view, you just have a partial view of them, they'll stay there, and so you can catch some part of them with a sticky or a plasma grenade. That tends to work pretty well. Sometimes you can use that same feature just to shoot the side of their body that's exposed. Now this part tends to be a little bit slow. It's hard to be fast-paced here because you got to kind of pick your shots. And usually at this point you don't have much left in the sniper, if anything. Usually there's a couple jackals here, but apparently they were already killed. And then I like to clear these guys out that are just inside the doorway. Then I know I'm pretty safe in this upper area. Now the same place where the invis was, I've also left the health pack that was there. So I can go back. I try to leave things like overshields or invis or health packs kind of in reserve for when I absolutely need them. Because there's no sense in like just filling up half your health or a couple bars of health. Of course you may not want to wait till you're down to the last bar either. This is one of the few times you'll see me backtrack, but it can be really helpful in game when you're playing to backtrack and find those reserves of weapons or health packs or overshields that you have. For the section coming up, when you're trying, it's easier to kill the guys from the top, I think anyway, and there's little cutouts in the floor around the vertical supports, and you can use those cutouts and kind of target just one or two enemies at a time, sometimes be able to drop a grenade without being seen. The way you get killed easy is if you step too far out on the ledge and stay there for too long towards the edge of the floor. Then everybody fires at you, and then you're not going to last very long. But that's about it for this part. Level on legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. Basically, your strategy here is just to use the cutouts around the vertical supports to target your enemies without being seen. It's kind of a slow-paced section. You just want to clear the room, pick your shots carefully, try and save some sniper rounds for the elites. And you can hear them, but sometimes they're a little hard to find. trying to spot him. And there he is. Now usually you can drop him with about 2 shots, but for some reason, just bad placement. It didn't happen that time. No escape that time. Now, as soon as the room is done, you can just drop down on one of the tanks, and that'll shorten your fall, so you don't have any damage from it. The plasma pistol and needlers will work real well from up here because they'll target and follow enemies as long as they don't move too quickly laterally. So you just jump down and get reloads, and if you want to do this the hard way, you could try and hold the room at this point and meet the enemies as they come in the door. And if you have Marines left, then you can go over and open up the door that they're behind, and they can help you hold the room. What I'm going to try and do here is demonstrate the easy way again. Basically, you'll clear the passageways that lead you back up to the top, and then take on the second group the same way you took on the first group. Just by carefully targeting them from the top. Now I just want to do the same type of thing. Try and find the elite, target him. This one grunt always comes through from the previous section. Once you've cleared the top and started down the tunnels, he'll come through from the door that you first entered from. You can see how you can't stay near the edge too long. There's another elite hiding. Now sometimes you can get a grunt with one shot with the plasma pistol. It's nice to get a one-shot kill with it, but sometimes it'll take 2. Now you could jump down again from the top, but just because I'm heading down to look for another weapon, I'm going to clear it from the bottom. And you can see how suppression fire and a grenade works pretty good. Now it's just a matter of getting fresh weapons and reloading your ammo. And then this is the door that you would have let the Marines in. Then you just follow the nav point, and the rest of it is just clearing the passageways on the way to the hangar bay. And the hangar bay is really the next section, and it's pretty difficult. The plasma pistol is really the best weapon against jackals just because it takes down their shield, but if you don't have one, just aim for the hand. Now there's always an elite down this hallway, and if you don't see him right out in the open, then he's in the side passageway right around where he was. And that's about it for this section. Level on legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. Basically, it's just the hangar bay and the passageways leading up to the second level. When you first enter the hangar bay, you want to take out the elite on the second level. He's very hard to hit if you don't take him out first. No one's really paying attention to you when you first come in, so you can take him out and possibly a couple other enemies. Now when you first enter, you have the enemies that are already in here, and then there's enemies that are entering from the side as soon as you start the fight. This passageway stays open, so an easy way to do the hangar bay is to constantly retreat to this passageway for cover. You can try and hold the middle of the room, but it's pretty difficult. So this is a little easier way to do it, where you can get cover, you can reload in safety, and let your shield come back up. Now after this first group is cleared, you're going to have enemies coming out behind you out of this passageway, and enemies coming out on the second level, and they're going to fire down on you. So you want to constantly pay attention to your radar, because that's kind of a theme for every part as you're going through the ship, is the enemies will constantly come up behind you. So if you forget like where they're going to come up, you can just, if you pay attention to your radar all the time, you'll be able to react in time. Yeah, here's the next group. There's ones on the second level now. One of the unfortunate things about Halo is you lose your zoom as soon as you get hit. You have reloads and a health pack here in the middle, and then on the other side of the hangar bay you have some more. Now I was just noticing on my radar, I see there's an enemy left. I can hear that it's a grunt, but I can't see him. He's too far back on the second level. So basically you come down here to trigger the next group, and when you get down here you've got to meet them right at the door, and as soon as you take these out you've got to turn around and grab the ones that come out behind you. And you want to, so you got to take out this first group as quick as you can so you can meet the next group. That's kind of nice that he walked right over to the Jackal and blew up. Now you have to walk towards this overshield to trigger this.
BattleNet and locate an override code to open a door. Working on it.
I'd like to see you crack 128,000-bit modulated encryption key.
Now after this group, the hunters come out. And then you're done with the floor of the hangar bay. There's the music change for the hunters. This center divider works pretty good for redirection. So you can get them to focus on one direction and then come around the other side and usually get a shot. Almost had it there. But you can keep doing that. It's a little tougher when they split up like they did here, but you can still make it work.
Got it. The door is open. Everyone should move through now. I can't guarantee that it won't lock again when it closes.
Now it's just a matter of clearing the passageway going up to the second level. The doors will not shut behind you or lock behind you, so you can go down anytime you want to and get reloads or anything else you need down there. You don't have to walk back through the passageway though. You can jump down from the top and then walk back up through the passageway to save time. Just looking for an extra grenade there. Now there's two invisible elites here that you gotta keep an eye out for. And on this computer they look a little like glass figurines. There's the body of one that died from the grenade and the other one's retreated. And there he is. Now, as soon as you come out the door going onto the second level, you're going to have a group of enemies straight ahead. And the easiest thing is just to grenade them. As soon as this group's done, there's going to be one coming in from the side that you got to meet right away. And you can use the passageway for cover again. Now he jumped right off to avoid the grenade. And he's still alive down there. So this is me being a little overly thorough, but I kind of like to kill all the enemies. Now when you get to this line in the floor, right here, the next group is going to come out behind you. And that's it for this part. You've taken the second level now. Level on legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. This is the doorway heading to the passageways going up to the third level of the hangar bay. And there's a group of enemies that'll come out of it as soon as the door is open, so you want to clear them right away and then begin to clear all the enemies in the passageway and make your way up to the third level. Now as you come out the third level, you want to grenade this open door, and if you do it right, all the enemies will die and the door just closes. And as soon as you get to this line right here, enemies will spawn and come out the door behind you that you just came through, and you want to meet them right away because there's another group that's working its way across from the other end of this third level. This spot's actually kind of tricky to get right, so if you have to do it a few times, don't worry about it. Now when you get to this doorway, you want to take out these enemies right away. And there's an elite backing up these two jackals, and then there'll be another group coming up behind you again. Now right next to where I'm standing now is the control panel to release the Covenant ship that you're going to fly out on. As soon as these doors open, you want to take out this yellow elite as quick as you can. No one will be paying attention at this point, so it's the best time to do it. You want to try and clear the room quick because they'll all line up and you'll get a lot of fire coming in the doorway if you don't clear it quick. Now make sure you don't pass up this spot, it's easy to miss. I'm trying to avoid taking the health pack for 1 bar.
This looks like the ship's command center. The captain's transponder signal is strong. We must be close.
Getting some grenades here is helpful for later. Three, two, one, liftoff. I do enjoy grenades.
We must be in the brig. These look like holding cells. There are probably multiple detention stations. The captain must be in one of them. We need to keep looking for him.
Now, as soon as you see the little indicator come up that it says, you know, to press a certain button, and then that'll unlock the doors, you can just press it, and there's a big delay. You only have to press it once, but the delay is confusing. It seems like it didn't react. There's invis there, some reloads, a health pack, so it's a spot to remember to go back to also. Now you can shoot these guys from down the hall and try and take them out with one shot. Or if you have invis, you can just do this. Another yellow elite, you want to take them out first. Happen to be an invisible elite that got caught in the shot too. There's the other invisible elite. So 2 invisible elites and a yellow elite when you enter the room, and then after you get the captain, there's 2 more invisible elites that come in. You can see the big delay there for the doors to open.
Coming here was reckless. You two know better than this. Thanks. Marines, lock and load your weapons. Let's be ready to move.
Okay, yes, sir.
While the Covenant had us locked up in here, I overheard the guards talking about this ring world. They call it Halo.
One moment, sir. Accessing the Covenant BattleNet. According to the data in their networks, the ring has some kind of deep religious significance. If I'm analyzing this correctly, they believe that Halo is some kind of weapon, one with vast, unimaginable power.
That's true. The Covenant kept saying that whoever controls Halo controls the fate of the universe.
Now I see. I have intercepted a number of messages about a Covenant search team scouting for a control room. I thought they were looking for the bridge of a cruiser that I damaged during the battle above the ring. But they must be looking for Halo's control room.
That's bad news. If Halo is a weapon, and the Covenant gain control of it, they'll use it against us and wipe out the entire human race. Chief, Cortana, I have a new mission for you. We need to beat the Covenant to Halo's control room. Marines, let's move!
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Chief, you have the point.
If only it stayed that way. No, that's the end for Part 6.
We should head back to the shuttle bay and call for
Truth and Reconciliation level on Legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. After you retrieve the captain, as soon as the doors open, when the cutscene finishes, you're going to have 2 visible elites come in. And you want to grenade the opening, and that helps out quite a bit. You've got some reloads over here and a health pack, and then as soon as you go out the door, there's 2 jackals out there. Now they tell you you have point, but it doesn't stay that way. They constantly run out in front of you. So you've got to take out groups of enemies really quickly so they don't get... So your guys don't get killed, but especially the captain, because your mission is to keep him alive. So as soon as he gets killed, like you ran right out in front here, as soon as he gets killed, then you have to start over. It'd be a lot easier if they would stay behind you, but they don't.
Come out, wherever you are. Me too.
Now this is that room where the invis was, and you can get some more ammo there.
That one was mine. Incoming! Over here! Roger that, throw!
Now the frag grenades work a lot better on the jackals, so it's good to have them up for this part. You got a couple just long passageways here until you get back to the control room. Now right here you've got 3 invisible elites with swords. I usually like to try to take out 2 at the same time. I didn't quite do it there.
We made it.
Cortana to Echo 419. We have the captain and need extraction on the double.
Now as soon as they're killed, you've got to draw back because your guys will get into that room and you don't want them in there for when the next battle starts.
Sorry.
Acknowledged, Foehammer. Cortana out.
At least it makes it
Air
easier.
support is cut off, Captain. We need to hold here until she can move in.
Oh man, we're trapped.
Now he's going
here.
to talk to
We're
you and he's going to look at you to talk to you, so it's good if you pull him back
Stow the
and
belly aching,
go away
soldier.
from him.
Remember, you're a leatherneck. Cortana, if you and the chief can get us into one of those Covenant dropships, I can fly us out of here.
Yes, Captain. There's a Covenant dropship still docked.
Now right now is when the next group comes out. So you can grenade the openings, it helps out a little bit. And what happened? He ran right out in front. He's right in the way. I'm not sure if he gets in the way so much on the lower levels, or if that's something that is just part of making it harder for Legendary. Now you've got this spot with the reloads again, and a health pack. Now it's clear till you get back out to the hangar bay. These guys are not looking for you, so you can stick an elite or something pretty easy. That's the control panel right there. And nav point leads you there anyway. Even if you weren't sure.
That's it. The dropship is loose.
Everybody,
that's the end of part
mount up.
7,
Let's
and
get
the
on
end of the
board.
Truth and Reconciliation level.
Give me a minute to interface with the ship's controls.
No need. I'll take this bird out myself.
Captain, hunters!
Hang on.
Nice one, sir.
Time for a little payback.
NextGenWalkthroughs.com. I'm Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom, and this is the 4th level of Halo, the Silent Cartographer, Part 1.
The Covenant believe that what they call the Silent Cartographer is somewhere under this island. The Cartographer is a map room that will lead us to Halo's control center. The island has multiple structures and installations. One of them contains the map room.
We're approaching the LZ. It's gonna be hot. Get set to come out swinging.
Now you can actually switch weapons now, or even before now. And then all you have to do is zoom when you get out. I take out this first grunt in the middle, then the 2 on the right, then I go back to the one in the middle. At least that's what my goal is. And then I take out the 2 on the left, and I try to grab the needler as quick as I can. And I use that on the elite in the center. And if there's time, I'll take out a grunt on the hill if he's exposed. I try not to get so many needles on him that he explodes, though. And my goal is to get plasma grenades so that maybe I can stick the second elite. You have to take out the grunts quick because they're the ones that are going to kill off all your guys with their grenades. The very next thing after you kill this elite is to take out these jackals with a couple frags. Now you're down to just these 2 elites. If you wait a little bit for your guys to catch up, then it's easier to take them on. And hopefully they've taken some damage from the frags when you take out the jackals, so that makes it a little easier with everybody firing at them, and they've already had some damage.
You know our motto, we deliver.
Now a lot of times here, the guy that gets in the gunner seat is the guy with the least health. You can just kick him out, drive into the group of guys, and then you'll get somebody new.
Let's roll!
Okay, let's move out.
It worked out well this time.
Let's go find the map room that will show us the location of Halo's control center.
Now basically I just fishtail or power slide into these guys. A lot of times there's 3 jackals there and I'll take them all out with one swipe. That was pretty lucky where I got 2 elites at once. A lot of times I have to drive through the rocks to get them. It's okay to hit stuff as long as you don't get stuck on anything. When you drive back for any jackals that are left on the ground, don't drive straight at them like that, because then you'll get hit with the big energy blast. Come in from the side and then use a power slide into them. And just position your hog so that you have some cover fire. If you're by yourself, you don't have any guys, and that's, I think, how a lot of people start out when they play this level on Legendary, then you just park yourself farther away and take the gunner seat yourself, and you can sit there for a while and gun it, all kinds of stuff, and you'll eventually knock them down. Now, if you go up a little higher on the hill with the last group of Covenant, you're going to trigger this drop ship to leave, but I didn't go up too high, so it was still here. Sometimes these will be deployed in a way that you can take them all out one slide too.
Best side of that roadkill. Yeah! Right on.
Now if you come up here from this direction, you just have to slow down at the top so that you can make a power slide. Otherwise you'll get kind of stuck against the wall. A lot of times that sweep that I just did will take out 3 elites. And if they start 3 elites down, it's a lot easier to take this group out. But it's kind of dangerous to take a second pass through. You end up taking a lot of damage sometimes.
Ooh, that's the best you can do. Go, go, go!
You can come up on this side and just start from here and take the gunner seat. You can usually from here get maybe 1 elite and quite a few of the grunts. Now I just position the hog for cover. I come in from the side, take out any elite that's close. And then if there's any grunts left, you want to try and get them. The best way to get the guys in the back is to try to get a grenade off on the left and one off on the right as quick as you can, or as close as you can together. And then they don't have anywhere to go.
A real fight. The cartographer must be here. My analysis indicates that the map room should be at the bottom floor of this facility. Let's keep going inside.
That's almost unusually quick for taking out that group. So this is where I do something that maybe most people haven't done. But the hog actually fits down here. You can walk down and just come around the corner and throw a couple grenades and take the next group out. I just do a power slide into him. You have to stop, though, if you're going to do this with the hog. You have to almost stop.
Don't let them lock the doors.
The corner, otherwise you won't make it.
Interesting. I underestimated the Covenant's understanding of
Now
Halo
you've heard of
subsystems.
bulletproof glass. This is bullet-through glass. It's a little glitch that occurs a few places in the game where there's some kind of unbreakable glass and energy weapons won't pass through, but your bullets will. There's a yellow elite on the other side of the door, and you can hit them, and you can actually take them out that way. So it's just a little weird glitch.
Unless we can disable this installation security system.
Understood. We're still en route to the objective. I may be out of contact when we get there. Here are your orders. I want you to use any means necessary to force your way into the facility and find Halo's control center. We
have to get to the center.
It's a little better to take a turn there. I kind of came off straight and happened to come out level, but sometimes you'll nose in a little too hard. So if you take a little turn at the top, then you won't nose into the ground. This is a great way to come into this group. You'll take out the majority of the group here.
Good luck, people. Keys out.
It looks like there is a path into the interior of the island. We need to find the security override to get this door open.
Keep it up! Mate, nice and smooth now! Make them count! Keep it up, bro.
Now all these kind of spots where you leave your hog for any amount of time, you got to make sure there's no grunts, because they're gonna hit it with a grenade. They're very accurate on legendary, so you got to have them all down quick.
Cover fire!
I just position the hog here for cover, and then I come in from the side and take out this elite while he's distracted. Now I just move up into the canyon and take out all the grunts and the first elite that comes down, and then eventually a second elite will come down. And you want to clear everybody in this passageway before you advance at all. Now this is one of those situations where the elite's hiding and part of his body is exposed and he's easy to stick. After you've cleared everyone, you can actually bring the hog in, and I'll try and demonstrate how you do that. I think it makes the game a little more interesting. You can certainly clear everybody on foot, and I think it's more meant to be that way. It's a little tricky, and basically you go to the left side of the tree, and you have to hit the rock face a little bit and totally miss the tree, but just barely miss it. And if you tip too much to the left, then you'll need to back out real quick. What you want to do is hit the rock face, so you're going to tip to the right. I'll try and show that here at the end of part 1. There's just one grunt left I can hear. Now the key here is you're going to go to the left of the tree, hit the rock wall, and then sort of veer slightly to the right as you go through. As soon as your front tires get through, you want to veer slightly back to the left. And if you start to tip too much to the left, then you have to get out because you want to tip to the right. So you just back out quick. Just hit the rock face, turn a little to the right, and then to the left, and you're through. On legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. I'm Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom. And we've cleared the passageway into the interior and managed to get the hog in here. And now we're coming up on 2 hunters. You have to navigate this rock kind of carefully. Just by going to the left of it.
More over here!
Basically, this is really simple, and I kind of screw it up here. The hunters are going to jump perpendicular to the path that you're taking. So you come in on one side of them, they're going to jump to the other side, and you turn early and power slide into them. I show this way better later on. But you can do this really easy.
We'll get you! That'll teach him!
Now you have an overshield here, you've got a health pack, and ammo reloads. And right about here is where you trigger the jackals. So if you don't pass there while you're taking out the hunters, then they won't have come up yet. And you want to meet them on the hill and stop somewhere at the top of the hill. You can take the gunner seat. Usually you can take them out pretty quick like I did
I
here.
had that one!
Once the jackals are down or they're hiding, you can start taking out the rest of the Covenant. It's hard to get the elite, but you can get get the grunts pretty easy, and then reposition the hog, and you can get more of the jackals.
Let's do it! Let's go! Right on. Cover me! There's another one! Whoa! Keep it up! Oh! I'm hit! They won't mess with us again. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And the passenger took that one. Sometimes it's worth staying, though, in the seat just to get the kill.
Let's roll!
Once the elite's the only one left, you can bring your hog down and position it for cover fire, and then just come around the side and get him. But this time, he actually got him all on his own. When you bring the hog down the rest of the way, the warthog, you have to be careful here not to pull it too far forward. As soon as you pass between this rock and this tree is a good place to stop. And it's almost easier if you don't have any guys with you to do this spot's easier to do on your own, because you can take the gunner seat really quick and then take out these grunts. Otherwise, you want to take them out with your pistol like I'm doing here. While you're trying to take the gunner seat and waiting for the guy to get out and the time it takes you to get in, they'll have already stuck your hog with a grenade. You've got 3 overshields here, and then you go down in and take out 2 hunters, and then there'll be 6 invisible elites after that. If you go to this spot, this is a great spot, and I kind of screw this up, but you can get the hunter so easy from here that it's really worth it. You kind of sneak out. Now, as long as he only sees you, or sort of sees you for a split second, he's not sure he saw anything. So he'll be standing every so often, and he'll kind of just sway from side to side. When he's standing, you're looking for a belly shot. As long as you get him with that first shot, you can get him, and the second one, if you only get him with 1 shot, the second one won't really react. See, he never really saw me. Even though he took that shot, he never really knew where it came from. But now he's not positioned right. He's kind of slanted or tilted too far the other way. Oh, there. I almost had it. Anyway, you get that shot in the stomach, then you slide around, you can get the second one the same way. You can also try and jump crouch onto a little ledge that was right there and go through the hole in the wall that I was right next to, and you can sometimes get him in the back from there, or sometimes you'll turn around and you can just sneak around the corner and get the second one in the back. If it doesn't work, you just let him follow you and shoot him in the stomach, just like I did. And you can usually sneak around a little bit here using redirection and get a shot. Get him looking one way, come around the other side, and eventually you'll get your shot. Now you go down and activate the holo panel. On the way out, you'll have the 6 invisible elites.
Use the holo panel to shut down the security system. Good. That should open the door that leads into the main shaft.
That's the yellow elite I was shooting through the glass.
Mayday! Mayday! Dropship Bravo 22 taking enemy fire! Repeat, we are under heavy fire and are losing altitude!
So the invisible elites are right here.
Understood. We're on our way.
In this room, and they'll come back towards you. This spot right here is a great hold point against them. You can hold this spot and have cover and take no damage if you're careful. It seems a little easier if you aim for the head, but they're hard. They're going to be hard to see in the video. You'll be able to see them a lot better when you're playing. Now this next thing I do is something you can try if you want.
Bravo 22 was bringing us some heavy weapons. After I saw we were up against hunters, I thought you could use them. Let's move down the beach. Keep an eye out for any cargo we can salvage.
It just makes it a little easier later, because you can take out these guys from here. And you can take out just about all of them. I just didn't want to spend all the time to do it. But you can position your hog so it's right in this position where it's slanted forward, so the gun can actually point down pretty good.
Leave some for me, huh?
You can take out the grunts on the hill.
Hey, leave some for me.
And that's the easy part. It's taking out the jackals that's a little tougher. You can also take out the jackals a little easier, actually, with a pistol. You can even get these jackals on that are really far away. Just like that, you have to take your time and wait for them to get out in the open, and you're going to run through some bullets, which I'm already kind of low on. But I just wanted to show that you could do this and get rid of these guys ahead of time.
Let's do it.
It can be a good option if you have more bullets. And that's about it for part 2.
Whoa! Come on, floor!
Cartographer on the legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. Now you just want to go back the way you came.
I'm ready.
There's no enemies again until you crest the hill. And what I usually do is park near this tree or right behind it. I take the gunner seat, and usually what happens is the jackals will come out on either side and expose themselves in such a way that you can take them out really easy from the gunner seat. For some reason they didn't do that this time, but they'll usually come up on both sides right out in the open, and you can shoot them really easy. And you have to pause sometimes and let them feel comfortable with coming out again, because they'll hide a little bit.
I'm going after
you can take
him.
them
Come
out.
on! What the? Found him over here. More of them! Yikes!
So what I do eventually is I get my gunner back in the seat so he can provide cover fire, and then I go and take him out myself.
Over here. Roger that. Oh, yeah! Good one.
But I think this is about the only time I've run into this problem. Now right here you have your last OS up here, or overshield, and your little ammo pile with a health pack. You have everything you need here except grenades. The next ammo pile at the bottom of the hill tends to have the grenades. So just make sure you go out exactly the way you came in, because you can only get around this rock on one side. This part right here doesn't matter so much how you do it, but the last tree you have to go out exactly the way you came in. But it's a lot easier. There's no trick to it, no difficulty. You can just get right out. Right there. And this is the ammo pile that'll have some frag grenades if you haven't taken them all. Now this next group of enemies are the ones we were shooting from the top in the last part. And if you have the time and the pistol ammo, it makes it a lot easier because they're all gone now.
No running.
Now you may have to leave two on the other side or something like that because they're kind of far away. But if you take them out from the top, you won't take any damage now. You won't lose that overshield. Don't go on the water side. I don't know why I did this. I never do it this way, but it gives them too much warning that you're coming. You want to come in on the land side and then just slide into them, and you can usually do it really quick.
Oh, did the best you can do. Oh, come on! It's more fun shooting them.
So this is where you get the rocket. You end up with a rocket with 7 reloads, and then I go in with this rocket and a fully loaded pistol, and then you're all set to finish off the level. Now this is where the last overshield is. I always leave it, and I recommend you could leave it for if you need it. I never use it anymore, but it certainly could be helpful. You always want to come up this way though,
get up so
whether you get the overshield or not, or you can get it after you take out the hunters, I suppose.
Give me an angle.
But you want to take out all those jackals. You can almost always do it one swipe, so they're not there later. And this is the way you take out hunters. Come in on one side of them, they're going to jump to the other side, and then just power slide around into them. That's how I should have done it in the last part, and it's just that easy. If you do it right. Now I take the hog down so it's there to so I can drive it back out, and I position it in such a way that it blocks the yellow elite that shows up at the end. But it's not that you have to block him in, it's just so he's not able to come out and kill your guys. But you don't have to block the door to do it. And behind me, if you go the other direction, you'll get a cutscene there, but it's a cutscene of nothing, really. It's just showing the big chasm. But that red elite is always there, and you can always melee him in the back like that. And you can usually get this one grunt that's sleeping up here, but after that, you have to start shooting. Now this group of jackals inside the doorway, all you have to do is place the grenade at their feet, and you can usually take them out with one grenade. Sometimes it takes two. I just didn't place it well. And with jackals, it's just a few body shots or one shot in the head. I just dropped the rocket to get the plasma pistol to finish off the jackals. It makes it a little easier. You don't have to do that. You can take them out with a regular pistol. But I want to take out all the jackals before I engage the two hunters. Now all I'm doing here is looking to see if I have a shot, and I let them see me so they look that way even if I don't have a shot, and then I use redirection, come around from the other side, and hopefully that provides me a shot in the back. This is a great little wall to pop over. And see, I could have had the shot there, but I missed it. Now you got several ways to take them out. You can either shoot him in the head and it'll bob the head around, but that usually takes a while, and eventually you'll usually get a neck shot. Or if you let them run at you, you can shoot them in the stomach. Or if they're just standing kind of leaning from side to side, you can get a stomach shot. Otherwise, you're always looking for a back shot. And you always have a one-shot kill on the brownish orange exposed flesh there if you have a pistol or a sniper. But you can also kill them with a plasma pistol or needlers, but it takes a lot longer, and you still have to get the exposed flesh, but then it takes several shots to do it. It would have been quicker to take them out with the rockets, but I just wanted to show that you could do this and not waste the rockets. Now it's just kind of a getting to the bottom as quick as you can to get to the next group.
Damn it. Okay, people, we got company coming. Let's set the table. Engage enemy forces on site.
It'll be easier to hold them off from inside the structure. Can you get inside?
Negative. They're closing in too fast. Negative. Chief, you gotta find the cartographer. We'll keep him busy as long as we can.
Give him hell, Marine.
We'll be in a tight spot if we don't get out of here before additional reinforcements arrive. Let's find that map.
This hole right here provides you decent cover, but I take out these last few grunts and shoot at the elite a little. You don't get the elite here, he always retreats down to the next level. And what I do is take him out with this needler. So I leave the rocket, and I'm going to pick it back up when I'm done down here. And then the way you set this up is just so that his head is barely exposed, and you load him up with the needles, and you can get him every time really easy. So then I just go and get reloads for the needles, or for the needler, and any plasma grenades I might need. I take out these grunts here, and I'm all set for the next two elites that are going to come up in the next part. And that's it for this part. Cartographer level on legendary difficulty for nextgenwalkthroughs.com. Basically all you want to do is grenade and
activate the map.
Needle these elites and you'll take them out pretty easily.
Analyzing. Halo's control center is located there. That structure appears to be some sort of temple or shrine, if I've interpreted this correctly. Interesting. A shrine is an unlikely place to put such a significant installation.
Cortana to Captain Keyes.
The captain has dropped out of contact, Cortana. His ship may be out of range or having equipment problems.
Keep trying. Let me know when you've re-established contact, and then tell him that the Master Chief and I have determined the location of the control center.
Now this is a little spot that probably people don't know about, or some people don't know about. There's always a couple jackals in here, and if you just throw a frag grenade up, just like I did up at the ceiling, you'll usually take them out. Now these jackals seem to be related to the ones that come down the ramp. So if you grenade them here, they generally don't come down the ramp in this next section. And those two elites that were just taken out before, if you sneak up on them and don't let them see you and then get a couple grenades off before they see you, it's a lot easier. So that's one of the jackals that comes down the ramp, and usually they'll be waiting there and attack you, but if you grenade those ones where I just showed you, that won't happen. So if you pop out, get a couple frags off here, that'll soften up the numbers pretty quickly, or reduce them. Now this is a great spot to use the rocket for the jackals that are off at a distance. One thing you want to be careful of is don't let a rocket go off as the door is closing. That tends to not go well. And make sure you aim at the jackal with the rocket. If it hits the wall behind him, usually the explosion isn't big enough to completely destroy them. Now you have to be careful here when you come out very far because they can fire down on you from above, right up in there. So that little corner there gives you a little cover when you do sneak out. And there's an invis down here, and this makes the next section quite a bit easier. You can sneak up behind enemies, and you can sometimes catch the elite from right around here. And so I look over and look for him, and if he's over there, you can stick him. Now he tends to move around a lot more when he's here already, so he's hard to get sometimes. But you want to position yourself so you can hit these guys from behind. Now after this group, you have some jackals that come right around the corner here, and you can grenade them really easy. A lot of times you can get a headshot easy too. Now I leave my rocket here and I go up and take out the rest of the jackals with the plasma pistol. And sometimes I take out the elite with it too. Now these 3 or so jackals always come out right here. So just a simple matter of taking their shield down and then switching to the pistol. Once the elite moves back, you can advance. And that previous spot gives you good cover. Can't forget your rocket. So there was another ammo pile here. There's a health pack if you need it. I'll use it this time because I'm not planning on coming back, so I'll use it even for 1 bar here. Now this is one of the reasons I saved the rocket too. It's a little easier to use the rocket launcher on the jackals at a distance. Or quicker. I use doorways a lot as the hold point. And if there's a ramp, I'll use the ramp for cover. Now this yellow lead is right around the corner. You have to come around quick and stick him. If you do it and you catch him, it's very easy. If you miss, you'll often die. The only thing to be careful of here is don't take this ramp too fast, otherwise you'll turn into a big jump.
Cortana to
and you
Echo
may tip the
419.
hog.
The Chief and I are topside, requesting pickup.
Now there's something like 4 to 6 invisible elites here. A lot of times you can run a few of them over on the way out.
Yeah, let's do it!
I just take the gunner's seat and mow them down.
Everybody out! Whoa! Right on!
You can kind of sweep with the machine gun because you can't always see him well.
Let's roll! What the? That can't be all of them. Yeah! Yikes! There it is. Back me up.
Yeah, it looks like about 6 again. So when you're playing, you'll be able to see the little distortions a little better. That's the end of the Silent Cartographer.
Let's get moving. Fohammer, here are coordinates and a flight plan I've worked out.
Cortana, these coordinates are underground.
The Covenant did a thorough seismic scan, and my analysis shows that Halo is honeycombed with deep tunnels, which circle the whole ring.
I hope your analysis is on the money, Cortana. This Pelican won't turn on a dime.
Look on the bright side, Fohammer. The last thing the Covenant will expect is an aerial insertion from underground.
For NextGenWalkthroughs.com. This is the 5th level of Halo, Assault on the Control Room, Part 1, on Legendary difficulty, and I'm Sword of ForumsExtreme.com.
This is as far as I can go.
Roger that. We'll be able to find our way to the control center from here.
Good luck. Fohammer out.
Now you can switch weapons at any point here, and as soon as you get out, you want to move to the side, and then throw 2 grenades just outside of the doorway, and 1 just inside, and then the last one outside again. If you get the grenade placement right, you'll take out the 2 elites, and then you just quickly hop in the shade and cover the doorway. And you can watch your radar to see when the enemies are getting close. There's other ways to do this part, but this is the easiest way I know of, and usually you won't take any damage. Now I just go and pick up grenades and any weapons that I think will work best in the next section. There's some jackals, so plasma pistols work good. As soon as you go through the next doorway, there's going to be an elite, so you want to try and stick him right away. And then take out the grunt that's up on the top here. This second elite usually doesn't come out like this, so he's generally hard to stick. But if you can get him with a plasma pistol, you won't have to worry about him later. Now there's a lot of breakable windows on this level, so I like to melee them open. It saves bullets, it's more stealthy. If you're trying to be stealthy, bullets draw attention. And also it allows you to shoot whatever you want when you want without the window stopping one of your bullets. Now sometimes it'll be all grunts that'll spawn here, but a lot of times there's jackals mixed in. I'm just checking to see if anybody's left. Once you're done and start heading towards the doorway, there's going to be 3 grunts that come out. The grunts and jackals go down with 1 shot to the head.
The Covenant presence here is stronger than I anticipated. They seem to have the entire region secured.
So that's what you want to try for.
Interesting. The weather patterns here seem natural, not artificial. I wonder if the ring's environment systems are malfunctioning, or if the designers wanted the installation to have inclement weather.
This is Fire Team Zulu requesting immediate assistance from any UNSC forces. Does anyone copy? Over.
I didn't think there were any human forces left on this part of the ring.
Cortana to Fire Team Zulu. I read you. Fire Team Zulu, this is Cortana. Hold position. We're on our way.
Roger that. Make it quick.
Now the key to this part when you come out the doorway is to make sure the Banshee isn't able to get any shots on you. If you're careful, you'll be able to take out all these grunts and not draw the attention of any other enemies. And then you'll be able to take the Banshee down with about a little more than 2 clips. Then there's 2 jackals that come up. 1 elite comes up from the bottom. Sometimes he stays down there and you have to go after him, but a lot of times he comes up. Once they're down, you want to just get the weapons that are full and then go down to the bottom and walk to the last ramp and then turn around, and there'll be sleeping grunts there that you can melee. There's 2 jackals that spawn right after this, but you can kind of ignore them until you're done with the grunts. You gotta be careful not to bump them, and that's why sometimes I don't get too close, or close enough. Now I go beyond this last barrier and then come back just to trigger whatever's going to come next through the doorways. And then I usually pre-nade the doorway, which sometimes is very effective. This little barrier here makes a great hold point. Now when the yellow elite comes, you just want to hit him with a large plasma blast and then a few shots. The reason I didn't switch to a pistol here is I'm trying to save my pistol a little bit so I have it in the next section. Little mistake there. Now there's an invisible elite that comes pretty quick here. So I like to have my pistol to take him out. It's only 1 shot to the head to take him down. It's just hard to find his head sometimes. Then when you come through here, there's an ammo pile and you can get reloads without having to fuss with picking up a pistol. It'll just happen automatically. Sometimes the hunters will be on you pretty quick, because there's 2 hunters that come around from the other side. These grunts will give away your position, so you want to take them out as quick as you can. And the hunters won't zero in on you. And you can use the walls and the windows as ways to use redirection to take out the hunters and get them from behind. If you're being chased and you need to escape, the windows are great for escaping too. You can just jump through them. I've only seen a hunter go through a window once. That's how you redirect them. It's pretty simple. You get on one end, they see a fire from down there, and then you just come around to the other end and you can shoot them right in the back. Now the other one should have been right along. They're usually always together, and there's always 2. So now I've got to go track them down. This is where they're waiting. So he's still in here, which this is the only time I've ever seen this happen. So I'm trying to get him to come out. Now the second nade is a little trick. If they don't see you throw the grenade, they'll turn and look at it. And that gives an opportunity to shoot him from behind. And that's the end of part 1. For NextGenWalkthroughs.com. This is part 2 of Assault on the Control Room, the 5th level of Halo, on Legendary difficulty, and I'm Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom. As you come in the entryway, you just want to melee all these sleeping grunts as quickly as you can. And then there'll be an elite walking by, and you've got to pay attention to the radar because he'll be in different places every time you do it. Now that's sort of what happened before with the hunter. If they don't see you throw the grenade, they'll stop and turn and look at it, and it gave a chance to melee him. Now the rest of the enemies in this section are just grunts and jackals. Frag grenades work great with jackals because there's no chance for them to get away. They go off a lot quicker than plasmas. Now sometimes there's a jackal that gets stuck down here at the end. There's 2 rooms that are like this where it happens. And so that's a way you can come up behind him without him knowing it. Now as soon as you come through these doors, you're going to want to take out the 2 grunts in the shades. And then the very next thing I like to do is throw a plasma grenade at the ghosts. And a lot of times it'll prevent the elite from even being able to get in one of the ghosts. And sometimes I'll even take them out. Then I try to take out whoever I can on my way to the rocket launcher because that's my next priority. So I'll shoot at a couple and then I'll throw a frag usually. I want to get the rocket launcher as quickly as possible because that'll allow me to take out the ghost if the elite's got into it. And also take these other guys down quick. If you take them down really fast, you're going to save some of your guys. Though it's hard to do because they're not very smart. They tend to walk right out in the middle of fire. The next thing I do is grab a hog so I can get it into a safe place and get my guys in it.
Game on! You can't hide from me! Hey!
Now what you want to do with the hog, at first the warthog, is bring it up even with this tree that's the farthest out. And I didn't quite do that. If you bring it up even with the tree, then they're on top of the hill, they can see some enemies, and they tend not to jump out as much. Otherwise, they keep getting out of the warthog, and they're a pain in the neck to get it back in, and then they jump out again. But if you bring them up far enough, they won't keep doing that. At least not here. Then you can go back, get the sniper at your leisure, and you can take quite a few out from here. And sometimes you can get a couple rockets on the tank before you have to get closer. Then I'll take the hog and go around this kind of outcropping here. It makes a nice barrier from the tank. You've got to position the hog so that your guys can't see the tank, otherwise they'll shoot at it and give away your position. They're great for that. And they'll run right out in the open from here, so you don't have very long. And then they're funny about getting back in. It'd be nice if there were some commands. That's another problem with Halo, I guess. If there were some commands you could give your guys, like stay here, follow me, stay behind me. Just 3 would do it, but there aren't. You have some rocket reloads here.
Pile out!
Cover me!
Got you covered!
Floor it!
Now I usually run over the rest.
There it is! Firing!
Nice and smooth now. That's all of them. The area is secure.
Now if you wanted to, you can actually drive past all the enemies until you get to the very next small doorway going inside. And you can skip a lot of this, but I want to show how you can kill everybody basically and make it through the level.
Found him! Leave some for me! Covering fire!
That's more what I like to do, is kill everybody anyway. So the next thing I do here is try to get to the tank as quick as possible. You gotta be fast, because on Legendary your guys go down really fast.
Cancel Christmas! Right on!
That's Johnson. It's nice to have him with you, because he's got a sniper and he tends to take out quite a few guys.
Don't bother getting up! Everybody out!
There's a few enemies that come down from that tunnel, so it can be useful to kind of fire in it, even though you can't see anybody.
Punch it!
Oh yeah!
Here, I saved a little extra for you.
Now there's a Pelican back here that's got ammo and a health pack. A couple health packs, I think.
That's how you do it, amigos.
Usually the 2 ghosts come in from this area at the same time. It just didn't happen this time.
Area secure. Oh crap! Let's get the hell out of here, man. Somebody call the dropship.
You store that garbage right now, mister! You're a Marine, so act like it, damn it! We've got a job to do.
Negative, team. No evac available at this time. But the Chief and I could use some assistance.
Okay, Marines. Time to pay back the Chief for pulling your sorry tails out of the fire. Prepare to move out!
Whoa! Don't get cocky now.
I always go through the tunnel. I've already cleared the guys around the other corner. And then I'll try and take out some of the stationary guns or the shades, and then the ghosts. Just beyond that little outcropping there, there's a tank. There's also a tank in the back, but a lot of times you can't see him.
support. Watch out for those tanks.
The Covenant placed their tanks to defend the entrance to the tunnel.
Keep it up! Good one!
Found him! Roger that!
Now that almost never happens, but he actually hit me that time.
The rest of them.
Now that area back there, that little cliff, that's where the other tank is.
Firing!
Now there's a little hill right in front of me, and there's one right on the other side also. As soon as you cross just beyond them, you'll get a checkpoint, and that's when the Banshee will lift off from the other end. And usually you can take him out pretty easy with the tank. For some reason this time it was very inaccurate for me. And on the whole run-through, actually, it was pretty inaccurate.
You bastards!
Usually it only misses maybe, 1 in 10 shots, but this time it missed quite a bit. And that's the end of part 2. On legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. We've just taken down the Banshee, and then there are 2 hunters down at the bottom of the ramp, so you can take them out from up here safely. Now there's a little ammo pile right over here, and an invis, which is completely useless at this point. Usually there's nothing you need here. This cave is not a natural formation. So there's always 2 elites here, easy to take out with a tank.
There it is.
Now close counts in horseshoes, hand grenades, rockets, and tank rounds. So all you need is some bank shots here. Do a little bank shot and knock that shade right off. Another one here off of the purple box.
Good one.
And then there's another grunt waiting back on each side. You can actually stay around in this area and kill everybody from a distance. It'll just take a lot of time.
Don't worry, there'll be more.
The best thing to do with the tank a lot of times is to use surfaces near the targets that you want to take out and let the explosion take them out rather than trying to hit them directly.
Whoa! Over here!
Now this almost never happens. One of the hunters just shot at me. I think that's the only time I've ever seen that happen. And you have some reloads right here.
Firing.
And a health pack.
Covering fire. Hey.
Now what I do sometimes is wait for somebody to actually walk in front of a surface that they're rather close to, and that'll give me a chance to shoot them even if I miss. There's another shade over here on the left. You've got hunters, elites, jackals, and grunts back here. It's probably hard to see them in the video.
What the?
There's the shade firing at me.
You're almost a man. Don't get cocky now.
Yeah, the tank was real inaccurate for some reason. I put it right in the center of the reticle and it missed twice.
There it is. Hit.
It's a lot safer to stay back and take your time, but I kind of need to push forward for time reasons.
Whoa! Found him.
Now I stay to the left here, and then hopefully I can run over that grunt.
Oh, yeah.
And try to take out one of the elites.
Right on.
And then get the other one with the next shot. There's a bunch of jackals up this incline, and so I usually stay back here, and most of the time I can hit them all.
All right.
From here you got a pretty good angle to shoot at them with. Now you want to stop back here and not go any farther than here, because otherwise Johnson will shoot at the dropship, and if the dropship fires back, then it's going to make it a lot harder.
Whoa!
It's better if the dropship doesn't see you until it takes off. Now I come up and try and take out the ghost first.
Keep it up. What the? You're almost a man.
Now it's real helpful to use rocks and trees as surfaces to fire against.
Hey.
Just making sure nobody's left. I always clear this side first, and I take out that shade because there's going to be a grunt that's going to spawn there, and he'll be on the side of you when you clear out this tunnel.
Get cocky now. Next.
There's a ghost down here and a tank, and for some reason the tank doesn't realize you're here, so you can always take him out safely. That round went right under the tank, which never happens. You got a small ammo pile right here.
Go, go, go! Floor it!
Now there's one grunt in a shade that you could take out from right about here, but I'll take him out in a minute. I'll clear this tunnel first.
Leave some for me!
Now right about now is when a couple elites can drop down and you'll get this ghost. So you kind of get everything at once right here.
Did you see that?
Usually you can clear the tunnel a little easier, though. It's kind of hard to hit this grunt with the tank,
Nice shot.
so I just do it with a sniper.
Touch it.
Now this tunnel right here is where 2 elites will drop out. Sometimes the second one doesn't drop out, and sometimes they've all come out already.
You're almost
So it's
there.
different times.
Whoa! That'll do him.
Now I just swing over to the right and get ready for the hunters. You can try not pulling up so far and it might make it a little easier. And when the tank's more accurate like it usually is, you'll be able to take him out quicker.
Keep it up.
So there's 2 hunters and 2 elites, and while you're working on them, there's a banshee that can come anytime now from the back, and that's the end of part 3. Forum for NextGenWalkthroughs.com on the legendary difficulty.
Over here.
This banshee does not always come for you. Sometimes it gets stuck in the back, but you want to be ready for it in case it does. Now when you come around this next corner, you're going to have 2 groups of enemies. The first thing you want to do is aim for the little rock here, and you'll take out almost everyone. Then aim for the tree or the rock just beyond it, to the right.
Let me get that for you. Whoa!
After that, you want to take out the 2 shades.
That's what I'm talking about. Right on!
That was the second
I
one.
thought the Covenant had eliminated all the Marine forces in this area.
Now you want to come high on this hill to the left so you can get a little bit of a downward angle and you can take out the hunters from here. They'll actually walk out into the way so you can get them, and they almost never fire at you. But it happened this time. And after you have both hunters, you go down the ramp and then, or slope, and then turn around before you hit the bottom. And that's the trigger point for the dropship to come.
Look sharp, boys! Enemy dropship inbound! Let's move!
Your guys basically
Covenant
just
are
get in the
dropping
way,
in behind
so
us.
it's
We're
easier
trapped.
to come up without them. I just wait for it to land, wait for the guys to get out, and as soon as they get out, I shoot. And then I try and keep the tank moving because the dropship will start firing on you.
Get up, so I can kill you again! Punch it!
Now if you want to skip most of the enemies in this section, you can't get the tank through here, but you can definitely get a Ghost or a Warthog through here. So you can try and drive past them all. This is probably the best place to use the invis that I just walked by. A lot of times I don't use it, but if I were going to use it, this would be the area. None of these guys will be able to see you, and so they won't really come running for you, even though you're shooting them. And then after you clear this first group, you'll be able to take out the shade right above you, and he won't be firing at you, so it'll be a lot easier. Also, this next group won't start coming towards you, and you'll be able to take out the elites
Looks
without
like the
being
Covenant
noticed.
dug in up there in those rocks, Chief. We're totally hemmed in.
We need to get up this ridge.
Marines, hold your positions. We'll handle those guns.
Master Chief, we should scale the ridge and get below those stationary guns.
Affirmative. Holding position.
Sometimes if that shade or stationary gun that was overhead starts firing too much, these guys will have a chance to come down on you. Usually you get the 2 elites and a few grunts. So this little ramp here makes a good hold point. You can take out all the grunts from here. Now you want to be careful here about getting your reloads. The packs are all or none. So you want to get the first pack and then reload your gun and then get the second pack. Because even if you only need 1 round, it'll use up the whole pack. And there's 3 packs there and you can save the last one for the end. Then I stay close to the ridge here.
Can't hide from me.
Roger that.
Basically, it's because I don't want to trigger the 2 ghosts to come and the Banshee yet. So I come up on the hill so I can see the first elite that's going to come out to get in his ghost and try and kill him before he gets in the ghost. Then there'll be another elite running here and take him out, and possibly a couple grunts here. It might seem wise to get the invis here, but it's really not helpful. Part of what you want to have happen is this Banshee to actually come towards you so you can shoot it. And if you're an invis, he's less likely to come for you. It'd be a lot easier to take down with a pistol.
Retreat!
But you can lead him with a rocket, it's just, you gotta lead him quite a bit. Unless he's really close or coming straight at you. Now the other advantage of killing this elite that was gonna get in this ghost is the ghost is still available for you. These 2 elites you can totally bypass. I just thought I'd show that they're down here. Sometimes it's 2 on one side and sometimes it's 1 on each side. Now even when you jump off a small cliff, it's good to hit jump, and jump will cause you to lift the front end up so you don't nose into the ground. If it's a really long jump, or it's really high up, then you can hit back also. After you hit jump for a little bit, hit back and that'll hold you level, or fairly level, so at least you can land it. As long as you're able to land it, you won't die. From any height. Then there's 2 elites that come right out these doors. And that's the end of part 4. Forum on legendary difficulty for nextgenwalkthroughs.com. What I'm going to demonstrate here is how to take out about 30 grunts and 2 elites without firing a shot. You want to get to the elites as quickly as possible. They're the key to the room and the only ones moving in the room. All the grunts are asleep. So you have to watch your radar and wait until you see the red dot moving away from you, and then quickly sneak up on the elite and melee him from behind. You want to be careful not to bump any grunts on the way, though, because if they wake up, the elite's going to turn around. You can do this the majority of the time. You can't do it every time, because sometimes the elite on a fluke will turn around at the last second, or if you don't get to them quick enough, they'll get positioned in a spot where they stop moving and they just pivot, and it's very hard to sneak up on them then. But once the two elites are down, you can take out the grunts really easily. And I've done this quite a bit quicker since I recorded this, so if you want to try it a little quicker, do the front section first, melee them basically without stopping, and then when there's one up on the little ledges, just jump up and melee at the top of your jump, and you'll be able to melee them without going up there. And you can do the front section so quick that you'll be able to get to the elites in time. So what I do now is pretty much I just do this front section where I'm at now first, really fast. Then I get to the elites, wait for the opportunity to take them out, and then I do the whole middle room, and then I do the side and back hallway. If you can't get the elites, you can always use the little windows and shoot through those and still finish the room if you don't want to, you know, redo it and try and melee everybody. All the little windows will give you pretty good cover. Like this grunt right here, you could just jump up from the bottom and melee him. And that's it. Now I fire a shot here just to show that there aren't any left. Because as soon as you fire, they'll wake up and start moving around. It'll show up on the motion tracker and you'll hear them make noise. Now when you get to the top here, there'll be somebody waiting for you. See, even waves. It only takes about 2 or 3 melees to take him out, and I do the same thing with this one, and then just use some grenades on the last 2. Now I like to throw frag grenades up this ramp also, on either side of that little square there. Then I'll use the sniper until it's empty, and I come back here for the pistol. It's a lot easier to nade these guys first, because otherwise you'll get surrounded. Now I go over here and see if I can find the yellow elite. And usually he's not standing there. Usually he's in the center area, so I'll melee the window, and then he'll be in there. There's usually a jackal over here also. Now it's kind of an odd thing, but there's an elite that's up in this middle area here, and you can actually aim it a little bit lower. But I throw a plasma grenade up there and you can hear he just died. It makes it a lot easier, because otherwise he comes down and comes out behind you. And then it's just a matter of taking out the guys that come through the entryway here. Now you could go back here and reload the pistol, and it would be helpful, or do it after the bridge is done. Then you won't have to worry about how many shots you have. As soon as you come out, you want to melee these grunts as quickly as possible, especially the ones in the front, because there'll be a couple jackals coming. The next bridge is, or the bridge beside this one, is loaded with grunts, so you don't want to have any shots go off until you're ready. Now they'll fire across if they're close enough, and all you want to do is position yourself so that you're safe from one side, and you can shoot at them or shoot forward and still be safe from the ones on the bridge. And just center their head in the reticle, and you can take them all out with one shot. I just wait till they stop moving, center their head, take the shot. All these little walls make great hold points, so I use them all the way across the bridges. That one stuck him. You always want to take the grunts out ahead of where you're going to be, so that your side is safe, basically, while you take out the enemies that are in front of you. And I think that was the last grunt on that bridge. Now, as long as the jackals are standing up, you can still get one side of their head a lot of times with one shot. He got stuck pretty good there. Now if they're crouched, you can always go for the little slot where the hand goes, which I'm not doing very well at right now. So I started looking for another weapon. And that's the end of part 5. On legendary difficulty for ForumsExtremeDotCom. Now this is the jackal that I had a little trouble with in the last part, so I threw a grenade to make him move, and then I was able to get the headshot through the explosion. Now I just walked beyond this last barricade to get the checkpoint and cause the doors to open and the next set of enemies to get ready to come out. And then what I typically do is move up here and then pre-nade the doorway. And you can hear it got a few. As soon as you see any distortion coming towards you, that's going to be an invisible elite. You want to try and get the headshot and take him down. And the other one likely died in the doorway. There's the body of the other one. As soon as you enter or are about to enter any room, look for whoever you can stick right away. It'll either be an elite or a jackal. Now this particular room has only 4 elites in it. So after you stick the first one, the other 3 will come running to see what's going on. So you want to wait until they get positioned, unless you can stick them on the run. And then what I like to do is try to stick all 4 of them. Now this never happens, but I managed to get all 3 with 1 grenade. Usually you get 2 once in a while with a grenade, but that elite ran into the other 2 and exploded. It was very nice of him to help out like that. This is a nice ammo pile you want to remember, and you can come back to it whenever you want and get reloads for your pistol. And the rocket, actually. I use this edge and just pop out. It makes a good hold point, and without you needing to take any damage. So I just pop out and try and get 1 or 2 shots off. It's all grunts and jackals, so if you can get a headshot, they all go down with 1 shot. As long as these jackals are standing, you can get a headshot on them. Now's a good time to go back and reload the pistol if you don't want to do it later. But it could even be better to go back after you clear like the next room, or even more after that. Now there's 2 elites on the outside here, and you want to stick both of them if you can. And once you have the front clear, it's good to go around to the side and get everyone that's on the outside first before you work this inside area. But this elite just happened to be sitting there not looking, so I stuck him. So all the grunts and jackals that are on the outside will pile up over here. So this is my next hold point, and then I just try to get him again. Try to get 1 shot kills him. Now once the outside's clear, I start using redirection and take out everybody on this raised area in the middle. Basically it's real simple. I shoot the grunts and grenade and stick the elites. I try and take out whoever comes down the ramp, and then I let them see me on one side and then move around to the other side and get them from behind. Now there's nothing up here except grenades. And Covenant weapons. Now in this next part, as soon as you come out, you're going to have 2 hunters on the bridge next to you. Like on the first bridge, you had all grunts on the bridge next to you. On this one, there's 2 hunters on the bridge next to you. So you don't want anybody to see you, so you can get a shot on the first hunter. You can almost always take out the first one with a pistol. And there they are running in the background. And you can watch them on your radar as you hide. Where you want to hide is going to be in a fold in this wall here, right where the reticle is now. That's the best place. Just hug that spot, and no one will see you, and they'll come down to the end and turn around and start to head back. As soon as you see them start to head back, you come out and get a shot like that. I didn't do it quite the best way in the walkthrough here, but you can do it the way I explained it. It's a lot easier. Then you just want to fend off the jackals, and you can always retreat back in the entryway if you need to. It's good to wait and give your shield a chance to come up. And there's the other hunter. Once the jackals are gone, the elites will retreat. And you've always got to keep an eye on this other hunter, because once he's got you in his sights, he's going to fire. So it's good to position yourself so there's always a barrier between you and him. Now what I like to do if I have time is I'll try and get the other hunter with a pistol rather than use the rocket. But because time is short, I'll eventually use the rocket. Sometimes you can get him quick and sometimes you can't with the pistol. But he'll keep repositioning and eventually he'll give you his back. So the bridge next to you is clear at this point. And I just keep moving the rocket up so I have it. Now here you're going to have 2 elites come forward, and they're going to have some grunts with them. And these grunts are going to charge you. But as soon as you take them out, the elites will retreat. So just fall back to a good hold point as far as you need to be able to hold off the grunts. And that's the end of part 6. The control room on legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. I'm just finishing up the last part of the second bridge here. There's 2 elites left. And now the doors are opening, so as soon as you see some distortions at this point, there's a couple more invisible elites. Now normally you can take out an elite pretty easily with a needler, but this one was dancing around a lot. Now this next room is all jackals and grunts. Ricochet jackal. So I'll generally clear the jackals in the front, and then I'll go around the side and take out all the grunts. And they tend to pile up on the side here, like the area before. And then there's a whole bunch more in the back. This makes a good hold point right here. Now this next part can be kind of tricky. There's 4 invisible elites and one of them is a sword wielder who will rush you. So what I like to do is see if I can stick one. Got a foot there. Now when one of them with the sword charges you, you can just use your rocket. This section is a little easier if you have your pistol still, but I've already run out of bullets because I never went back to reload. Now I thought they were all gone, but there's one left. Now I left the invis back there so I could come back for it later. It makes the section after this a little easier. Now when I take my time and I go back and reload the pistol, I usually will take out these hunters with the pistol. Just for the fun of it. A little more challenge. So this is the last group before the next bridge, which is kind of a rock bridge. I just grenade all the jackals and then shoot the grunts. It makes this whole group really easy.
Resistance appears to be increasing. We must be close to the control center.
So once all the enemies are taken care of, I get everything reloaded and set for the next area, and then I go back and grab the invis, or the active camouflage. Now what this allows you to do is to head right out the next area, and you can walk right past all the initial enemies and melee one or two of them in the back, and then make it into a Banshee, which saves you not having to fight both of them off from the doorway, because that's the other way to do it, is to fight them both off from the doorway.
Analyzing. This must be the control room. Subtle. The entrance to the control center is at the top of that pyramid structure. Bring me up there and I should be able to get us inside.
Now what I do is I only melee an enemy before I melee that first elite if he can't see him, because if he can see me melee him, then he'll start to look around. So then I just swing around, melee him in the back. When I get closer to the Banshee, I throw one grenade directly over the very back of the Banshee, and generally I'll stick the other Banshee, and sometimes I'll stick the other elite. Sometimes you can't even take off after that. And then I'll throw another grenade just to keep the elite that's going to take this Banshee from getting into it. And then I can get it every time. You can even melee him at the last minute if you have to. And if you want to skip, I mean, you can go right from here right to the end and skip all the rest of it. This is my favorite way to do this part. I might do an alternative section because there's a few different ways to do it. So I take out everybody on the bridge, then there's two elites on the ground. And you want to take out all the forces on the ground so that when you come out afterwards they're not here. And it'll make it a lot easier. So I do kind of a figure eight with this tank, and that keeps them from hitting me most of the time. I kind of go around these two trees. It seems to confuse the tank a little bit, and if he does fire, it often hits the trees. Now you've got two hunters and a bunch of grunts coming out. So you can often get one of the hunters, and then you want to get out of there quick so the other one doesn't get a chance to shoot you. It's best to take off straight up. And that's the end of part 7. On legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. We left one hunter from the last part, and now he's finished. Now I dropped the Banshee off the bridge in case I want it later. This room's mainly jackals and grunts again. Now this room is set up a little different, so your hold point ends up being the entryway. The grunts do tend to charge you, so you want to clear the middle before you do anything else. Just picking up grenades. As soon as you come out here, you've got 2 invisible elites. They're always in different places. Sometimes they'll be right in front of you when you come out, other times you gotta go find them. The rest is just grunts and jackals again. This is a good hold point for this area too. You have to be careful the jackals don't overwhelm you. Now here you have a lot of ammo. So you want to make sure you don't miss this area. Now this is that little move I mentioned a while back for when there's a jackal hiding in this last area. This is the second room that's like that.
The entrance to the control center is located at the top of the pyramid. Let's get up there. We should commandeer one of those ghosts. We're going to need the firepower.
Now, if you've never seen this done this way, you won't believe how easy it is. It's basically like shooting Covenant in a barrel. I go out and try to find all the grunts that are sleeping first, because if they wake up, they'll throw everything off. But what you might not believe is the hunters sleep also. This is the only place you'll ever see it, as far as I know. See, he's completely asleep. Now you can do one shot. If you start emptying a clip, the other one will wake up. See, he's still asleep too. Now you can only do this if you've destroyed all the ground forces from the bridge, whether you do it with a Banshee or you do it with rockets. There's the Banshee I dropped off the top. Now there's a gray ammo pile down in this crevice here, around this center divider. Now you gotta figure that this ammo pile is here, there's a sniper here, and the center divider has a walkable surface and a slant that's easy to walk on, so it must be designed for this. But if you haven't seen this, it's really, really easy. I just take out the shades first, and then the elite, and then I move up a little farther. There's 2 jackals up at the top there. So just sight everybody you can, take your time. Usually you'll miss a grunt somewhere. And there can be some underneath the center divider that you can't see. But you can get almost everybody from here. And if you want to skip, you can walk all the way up to the top of the center divider and slide down, and I'll show where that is in a minute. But you won't be able to get the next group to spawn. You have to walk under the last 2 tunnels underneath the center divider to get those 2 checkpoints so you can get the last group to spawn before you open the doors. But if you don't care about that, you can just walk right up this and slide down, and there's a slanted surface that you have to land on, and you can land safely and go right to opening the doors. You can also jump off the stone bridge onto this. You'll lose a little health and you want to crouch land when you do it, but then you can walk up here. You got to walk up really carefully, find the edge. That's the slanted surface that I just shot at. That's what you have to land on. You can't catch any air. You have to slide right down the wall, and you can land it with no damage. So then you just walk back. The big thing is to remember to reload your sniper, because you're going to need all the rounds. If you do it the way I do it. Now I'm going to take a ghost in this last part, because it's kind of designed for that, to get all the checkpoints. And so that'll be in the next section, and that's the end of part 8. Assault on the control room on legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. Basically, you're going to take the ghost up all these ramps and passageways and take out all the enemies that are left from the last part. You can't run grunts and jackals over, so you just have to aim low. Part of the reason you need a ghost is because some of the checkpoints are in the tunnels underneath the center divider. Now when you get that last checkpoint, that's supposed to trigger the last group before you open the doors. And they're up in this center tower area. Usually this grunt comes down first, but not always. And then there's 2 hunters up there and quite a few more grunts. Now you can drive right up the ramp and try to run over the hunters, but it's hard to do. They keep moving out of the way and they crouch. But you can run them over. It just takes a little work. They tend to jump to the side, and so you have to move laterally into them and try and tip a little bit. But you can get them eventually. Now, of course, you don't have to run them over. At this point, you should have 8 rockets and 2 in the launcher. So you could just get out and shoot them, and it'd probably be quicker. I just wanted to show that you could do this. If you get close to the doors, you can kind of see what's on the other side a little bit. That's what happened before when I was fighting the hunters. So what I do here is I trigger the doors, and then I run directly up the ramp, and I shoot a rocket into the main group of enemies. Then I work my way over to the front here, and there's a little ledge here that gives you cover, or a little wall, and I immediately try to take out the 2 elites in the back. If you can get them before the doors open up or shortly afterwards, then they won't get a chance to move towards the back, and they start dancing around and are harder to get if they get back there. So you want to take them out first, then I take out all the grunts, and then I go for the yellow elite, unless he's out in the open somewhere. But you can really take your time from here. It's really easy. You've got great cover. You can just move back a little bit and nobody can hit you. It's only once in a great while that the Yellow Elite ever comes up here. It almost never happens. So this is the worst I think I've ever done trying to kill this Yellow Elite. I should have just pulled out a rocket or something. Usually I kill him in 3 or 4 shots and then it's done. Though he does tend to move around a lot. So whenever you're done, you can just slide down between this space between the platform here and the middle support and land on that slant at the bottom of the middle support. And you can go down anytime you want to for any reason. And if you bring a ghost up here and you get stuck in that space, you can exit the ghost, let it fall, and you can fall down also next to it, and you won't take any damage if you bring it up to try to run over hunters or something. So that's it. That's the end of the last enemies for this level. So all that's left of Part 9 is my celebratory wheelie and the cutscenes.
Scanning. Covenant forces in the vicinity have been eliminated. Let's move on to Halo's control center. This is it. Halo's control center. That terminal, try there.
You all right?
Never been better. You can't imagine the wealth of information. The knowledge, so much, so fast. It's glorious.
So, what sort of weapon is it?
What are you talking about?
Let's stay focused. Halo, how do we use it against the Covenant?
This ring isn't a cudgel, you barbarian. It's something else. Something much more important. The Covenant were right. This ring... it's Forerunner. Give me a second to access. Yes, the Forerunner built this place, what they called a fortress world, in order to... Wait. No, that can't be. Oh, those Covenant fools. They must have known. There must have been signs.
Slow down. You're losing me.
The Covenant found something. Buried in this ring. Something horrible, and now they're afraid.
Something buried? Where?
The captain. We've got to stop the captain.
Keys?
The weapons cache he's looking for. It's not really... We can't let him get inside.
I don't understand.
There's no time. Get out of here, find keys, stop him. Before it's too late!
Legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. I'm Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom, and this is the 6th level of Halo 343 Guilty Spark, Part 1.
The last transmission from the captain's dropship was from this area. That was over 12 hours ago. When you locate Captain Keyes, radio in, and I'll come pick you up.
So you have some weapons here. One's on that rock. There'll be some more useful weapons on lower levels. You can see there's a battle already going on here. And as soon as you come over this hill, there'll be 2 to 4 enemies usually. And you can get rid of them pretty quickly. And then there's a path on either side of this down ship. And the one closest to you is going to be the more stealthy path that probably less people know about. The one on the far side is the path that's more the standard path and has several jackals. And then you have to go up a tree route and onto a log bridge to get onto the next section. If you come down this way, you can actually stay low and head right where the reticle's pointing. Otherwise, you can come up this hill and take out this jackal that's kind of guarding the log bridge. and then just jump across. And these are the jackals you would have faced, at least some of them. This path right here that I'm tracing out with the reticle leads up to a secret invis, and this path is the way up from the bottom. Now here you have a large group of enemies fleeing from a battle, and you can just walk by all of them. This is one of the few levels where I don't try to kill everybody on. I figure the objective is more just to find out what happened to Captain Keyes and get in and out. So as I head down here, I switch to frag grenades, and then when you get off, you just come around to the side, and all the enemies are in that little structure. So you just come around to the side so they can't see you, throw a frag in. There's usually only one grunt left after that, and usually I just shoot him in the head once, but I missed him that time. Now outside the door is going to be several jackals. Usually there's one that's out there when you first look, and he's not usually looking, so you could just throw a plasma out. You want to kind of conserve your frags if you can, because they're useful later, and you don't get as many of them early on. I always check down here because sometimes one of the jackals gets blown down there. This is a great hold point for this part. I usually go for the grunts first, and they'll drop plasma grenades, and so they'll get piled up down there, and then I'll throw a plasma, and sometimes it'll set off just a huge chain reaction and take out everybody else. Now this is one of the easiest levels, or easier levels anyway. Just to give you an idea, I don't think I lose any health through this whole walkthrough for this level. So if it's been hard for you, it won't be after this walkthrough. Now here's a health pack over here if you need it. There's usually one jackal that never made it out of here, or retreated back in. Now I switch back to frags again, and usually you can take out all but one of this group with one frag. And here's a bunch of needlers and the crystals that power them, so they're neat to take a look at when you have time. Now this is one of your guys that's gone kind of insane. He shoots you, and then he'll keep shooting you and tell you how insane he is, if you want to take the time to stay and listen. But that's the end of the enemies until you get to the room where you find the helmet cam. Now you can do that as long as you slightly hesitate at the control panel. Otherwise you'll actually fall through the bridges at Forums. And that's the end of part 1. The rest is just the cutscene.
Why do we always have to listen to this old stuff, Sarge?
Watch your mouth, son. This stuff is your history. It should remind you grunts what we're fighting to protect.
Hey, if the Covenant want to wipe out this particular part of my history, that's fine by me.
Yeah, better it than us.
You ask them real nice next time you see them, Vicente. I'm sure they'll be happy to oblige.
LZ looks clear. I'm bringing us down.
Go, go, go! Stay close, Jenkins. Mendoza, move it up! Wait here for the captain and his squad, then get your ass inside.
Sir!
Okay, let's move!
Which is weird, right? I mean, look at it. Something scrambled the insides.
What's that? Plasma scoring?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there was an accident, you know, friendly fire or something?
What do we have, Sergeant?
Looks like a Covenant patrol. Badass elite units. All KIA.
Real pretty. Friend of yours?
Nah, we just met.
Right, well, let's get this door open.
I'll try, sir. But it looks like these Covenant worked pretty hard to lock it down.
Just do it, son.
Yes, sir. I got a bad feeling about this.
Boy, you always got a bad feeling about something.
Sarge, can you hear me?
What's going on, soldier?
We've got contact, lots of them, but they're not Covenant. They're just staring through us. What? Oh, no!
Corporal, do you copy? Over. Mendoza, get your ass back up to 2nd Squad's position and find out what the hell is going on.
But
I don't have time for your lip, soldier. I gave you an order.
Sarge, listen.
What is that?
Where's that coming from,
Everywhere.
Mendoza?
I don't... There! Mira!
Hold still! Hold still! Let him have it!
Sergeant, we're surrounded.
God damn it, Jenkins! Fire your weapon!
There are too many,
Don't
Sarge!
even think about it, Marine.
Oh, this is loco!
Get back here, Marine. That's an order.
Jenkins!
Legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. I'm Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom, and this is part 2 of 343 Guilty Spark. As soon as you come out of the cutscene, you're going to have some weapons near you, and there's a pistol there that you can get rounds from, so you'll want to do that, and then come right over here, because this is the first door that's going to open up with your first exposure to infection form of the Flood, which I call the little guys. They're also known as Flood Spore, and they're little balloon-like creatures that pop when you kill them, and the particles that come off of them will blow up other Flood Spore that are near them, or infection form. So you don't have to shoot every one, and you want to get them all in a group like this, and then just take out the lead ones. Make them follow you so they all stay sort of in single file in a sense, and stay in a group, all lined up. And then just take out the lead ones, and they'll keep blowing up the ones next to them. I go to in the room that's behind me mainly to draw them out so that I can shoot them. And then once this room's done, you're going to want to go to the front, which is the door you originally came in. And what I do is I throw a frag grenade in, because there's combat form in there, and in this part they're all former elites. and I try to lay the frag grenade right at their feet so it'll take them all out, and then I follow up with a plasma just to make sure I got everyone. Now as soon as I'm done with all the infection form, all the little guys, I'll switch over to an assault rifle, or whenever the plasma rifle runs out, I'll switch over. And one of the keys, if the grenade doesn't work out with the combat form, is to fight going backwards. The other key is that you can draw them towards you with gunfire. They'll either come towards you based on them seeing you or based on them hearing gunfire. They love gunfire. They come running for gunfire all the time. And they're always going to run towards you, so you can plan on that and kind of lead them with a grenade. You don't really want to stick them with plasmas because they're going to run towards you, so I throw them on the floor and then just kind of plan the timing. And I stay near the doorway in this spot when I first do that, and then they can't come out very far, and the grenade takes them out. Now once you shoot off their whip arm, they can't do much. They just kind of follow you around like a pet. And when you come out here, you see the Flood and the Covenant fighting. And pretty much whenever they're fighting, I just let them fight. Now what I do here is a little grenade trick. I draw on the Flood with gunfire again. And then I watch them on the radar to see when they're all in a group below me. And as soon as they are, I just take out a frag, and from back here, if you've drawn them all the way to the wall, you can bounce the grenade off that little wall, and it'll take them all out with one grenade. In this spot, you have Covenant up on the top and Flood down on the bottom, and they'll start fighting. Sometimes you have to spark the fight, and usually what I'll do is I'll just kind of sneak out a little bit and shoot one of the jackals that's showing. Now, I didn't mean to stick that guy. What I was trying to do was stick somebody farther away, because you don't want them to run at you with a plasma on them. Because they kind of lose track of you after losing sight of you after about 2 seconds, you can keep going around that square. And coming out like this causes 2 grunts to come down from the top, so that's another way you can kind of spark the fight a little bit. I had to draw back in so you didn't get to see the grunts come down, but you'll be able to do this a few times and see it. And these hallways can be a good place to fight too, because they have to come at you single file, so you can't get surrounded really. You just have to be careful of the little side rooms, because there's Flood in there, and their whip arms, it's kind of a glitch, but their whip arms can actually reach out through the door. They shouldn't be able to, but they do. So I let them fight for a while, and eventually I come out. Sometimes the Covenant wins, sometimes the Flood wins. I wait until they kind of ball up underneath or group up underneath the Covenant, and sometimes I'll throw a frag there. That's what I was more trying to do at the beginning. And eventually you just have to kind of come out and finish off who's ever left. This is just the easier way to do it. I mean, you could come out sooner and kill them off too. And there's a health pack here if you need it. Now you can come up here even if you're under fire, basically. You can use this barrier next to me as cover. So you come up quick, get behind that barrier, and you'll be safe. Usually there'll be a couple jackals up there. That first body has a pistol there, so you want to get rounds from it. And the same thing here, I kind of pop out. I fire a little bit and draw some of the Flood in. And again, their whip arms are gone, so they can't do anything. Little personal space there. Now this is a little trick that I do just to show there's not really a great strategic advantage here, except that the combat form can't come up here. Only the infection form can crawl up the walls. But as the elevator is coming down, you can jump off and land on the structure here. So just something neat you can do, or something different. So your main strategies with the Flood are, whenever possible, you want to use a shotgun at close range. That's the best weapon against the combat form. Your combat forms in Halo Combat Evolved are either going to be former humans or former elites. And on the infection form, the best weapons usually are the plasma rifle, followed by the pistol, followed by the assault rifle. Though it's somewhat a matter of choice, of course. Then it also helps to fight going in reverse, and using gunfire to draw the Flood towards you, using frags on Flood, or putting plasmas on the ground usually. Unless you know they're not going to come towards you, then you can stick them. Now as soon as you come out here, you get the invis, and then you can go around that little structure, and by the time you come around the other side, you'll be completely invisible. I wait up here and look for the shotguns, and this is a big key to finishing this level very easily on Legendary. There's actually shotguns in this room. There's usually 3 of them, and I just picked up one. There's the second one, and I can almost always find at least 2. And one of them will have about 40 to 50 rounds, and the other 2 will have a little more than 10 rounds. And I'll usually stick some of the elites, or former elites that are now Flood, along the way. And then I try to have my active camo last until about here. Another thing I do is I stay off the glass whenever I'm on these upper levels, and then before I go through the door, I just make sure no one's following me. Now when you can't find all the shotguns that are on the ground, they'll usually be up here. You'll find 1 or 2 up here sometimes. Sometimes one of the elite combat forms will have it up here, and other times it'll just be laying on the platform. If it's laying on the ground up here, it's usually right here. And that's the end of part 2. 4-3 Guilty Spark on Legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. And again, on these upper levels, I just stay off the glass, make sure no one's following me before I go through the doors into the next area. And we got the shotgun in the last part that makes it a little easier. Now the door is right below me, so in this case I'm going to use that wall I was just showing and do the same trick I did in the last part with a frag grenade, except this time I'm going to do it with a plasma. Instead of drawing them towards the main wall, I'm going to draw them towards the little wall, because the plasma doesn't have any bounce to it. And it does the same thing. Now you have to kill these guys quick and then get ready in case another one comes from the other side. Or 2. And I just come out, look for this little platform here, and get up here as quick as I can. Now there's extra shotgun rounds there if you need to come back for them, but after you see how I do this, you won't need to come back. So as soon as you come out here, you want to kill the guys right in front of you. Don't activate the bridge right away. When you activate the bridge, that starts the next group coming out from the room that's just beyond here. So you want to kill everybody on the other side first, make sure they're down, then activate the bridge and go across. throw plasmas in and just keep them from coming out. And you only need 3 plasmas, or 3 grenades in general, and you'll wipe everybody out. This makes it so much easier. If you don't do it that way, everybody comes out and they're all on that platform and they're all shooting at you. That way is just so much easier.
This is Echo 419. Chief, is that you? I lost your signal when you disappeared inside the structure. What's going on down there? I'm tracking movement all over the place.
Sir, thank God you're here. We've been lost out here for hours. After we lost contact with the rest of the mission, we headed to the RV point.
Now, when you come up on this little hill that's straight ahead, circle around to the right side. Don't go to the left.
There's a large tower a few hundred meters from your current position. Find a way above the fog and foliage canopy and I can move in and pick you up.
Stay on the slope of the hill as you circle around and you'll be able to get all the flood. Once in a while one will slip through, but your guys can take care of it. If you go around the other side, a lot of times your guys will get stuck behind a big rock and you can't get them out of there. So it's best to go around on the right side. Just take everybody out that comes so that they can't attack your guys. And your guys will keep advancing and they'll stop right up here in this little canyon.
Nice one! Get up so I can kill you again!
You don't want to advance in there yet until you take everybody out from behind. You're kind of covering the rear for them. Or at least that's what you want to do. As soon as it's clear, after you've taken everybody out that's coming from behind, then you can advance. So now as soon as you get in here, you're going to have some coming down both combat form and infection form down the sides. So I kind of pre-nade the sides to help take some of the flood out. Kind of nicked one of my guys there. And then draw to the back. After you take out the guys that are right next to you, or the flood that's right next to you, then draw to the back and cover the rear again. And most of the infection form will follow you. The infection form are the ones that will kill your guys the quickest, because it only takes one because they don't have any shields. So as soon as the back is clear, you can meet up with your guys if you have any left. And when you look straight ahead, you're going to see little silhouettes on the horizon. You want to just throw out some frags out there. Now that'll tend to knock the numbers down quite a bit. And then just kind of circle your guys. Make sure that nobody can kill them. And after these two guys, there's no more until you touch the tower. You always get a break like that. And touching the tower is what triggers the next group. So I'm going to show the easy way to do it if you don't have any guys. You're going to come straight in and sight the silhouettes in the front from that spot where I was just at, and then circle around to the left. You can throw some grenades as you go, and then look for the big rock. You can come in around there, and then tuck yourself in here. And when you touch the tower, that's when Guilty Spark and the Sentinels will come out. And if you tuck yourself in that little cove that I just pointed at, then you'll have some protection, and you'll have a little wall that everybody will have to come around, and you'll be able to shoot them as they come around. And you'll be able to survive until the end pretty easily that way. Otherwise, if you have guys, you can go straight in for the tower, touch it, trigger the Sentinels and Guilty Spark to come out, and then come right back and protect your guys. So those are the two ways you can do it. And that's about it for this level.
Greetings. I am the monitor of Installation 04. I am 343 Guilty Spark. Someone has released the flood. My function is to prevent it from leaving this installation, but I require your assistance. Come, this way.
Chief, I've lost your signal! Where'd you go? Chief! Chief!
walkthrough on Legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. I'm Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom, and this is the 7th level of Halo, the Library, Part 1.
We must collect the index before we can activate the installation.
Now here you have infection form as soon as you arrive. Basically you're faced with the 3 forms of flood that are part of Halo Combat Evolved. The infection form were the little guys, and then you have your first introduction to the carrier form, which was the first guys that I just blew up here. I call them the bubble guys sometimes. Their main goal is to blow up next to you. They want to blow up next to any likely host for the infection form, and then when they blow up, they can cause damage if they do it in close proximity, and they release about 6 infection form. Now, one of my goals here is not to blow up a carrier form that's going to remove some weapons that I want, so I try and take out all the combat forms first, and then wait for the carrier forms to get far enough away that they're not going to blow my weapons away. Because usually you'll get a shotgun here, and you want that if you can get it. The shotgun is your best primary weapon to get through this level. And there's not always a lot of them on Legendary, so you don't want to blow them away. Now for secondary weapons, I'll tend to use mostly the plasma rifle and the pistol, but the plasma pistol actually works pretty well also, and the AR can work well if you want, or assault rifle. Regular old pistol is sometimes the best just for stopping power at a distance, and the shotgun is good for close-up, especially when you get next to a wall, and then as soon as they come around a corner you can blast them and get a one-shot kill. So this is another strategy to kind of work a corner and use it as a hold point, making the flood come to you. Now the infection form can't take you down very quickly, but if there's enough of them, then it can be a problem. And then if your shield gets knocked down and then you only have one that hits you, it can take away a lot of life or kill you completely. So it's good to thin them out every so often. When you don't have time to thin them out, just keep moving and they'll generally miss you. Now this level's pretty dark, but it will look a lot better when you're playing on higher resolution, bigger screen. You'll be able to see quite a bit better. I use the light a lot just to try and find weapons. You'll get a little more glitter or a little more gleam off of a weapon, so it'll be easier to find. Like I just got the shotgun I wanted. Usually I'm looking for shotguns and pistols.
Energy field above us contains the index. We must get up there.
I would say more than any other level, making sure that you've checked around for weapons is important more on this level than any other one. But it's good to learn to be versatile with the weapons, because sometimes you just don't have the ones you want. Now you always have a combat form that jumps down here, so you can get him on the way down and take him out with one shot usually. There's a few waiting on the side, so you can thin them out a little bit with a grenade. The big thing, like everywhere, is not to get too surrounded. Now gunfire is going to draw the combat form, but melee does not, and either does grenades. So you can keep that in mind. So if you're taking out some of the little guys, and you don't really want to have the combat form engage you yet, you can just melee them. And if you want to take out some combat form but not give away your position, you can use a grenade. Now basically with the flood, because they're always going to rush you, you do a series of tactical retreats or basically fight going backwards. And kind of keep a space between you and them that you'll have an ability to fight in without getting hit with a whip arm or getting surrounded. The carrier form can also be used basically as enemy grenades. You can blow them up next to other enemies and then they'll blow them up for you. So that works out pretty nice. You kind of have to balance it with not blowing away the weapons that you want. As you can see, the pistol has good stopping power and great accuracy, so it's a great long-range weapon, so that's part of what makes it a good secondary. See, that's not what I wanted, because there was likely a shotgun there. And that carrier form probably blew it away. Now I'll take out the back one, and then it'll blow the other ones forward. You can kind of direct where they go that way. If I take out the one in the front, there was the shotgun. If I take the one out in the front, it'll blow the other one back, probably somewhere where I don't want them to be. So you kind of got to plan your shots a little bit.
The security doors have sealed automatically. I will go access the override to open them.
A lot of the checkpoints are either triggered by walking up to the monitor or killing the last of the infection form or something along those lines.
Please follow closely. This portal is the first of 10. Oh, hello. Puzzling. You brought such ineffective weapons to combat the flood.
So right here, as soon as they come out, you can just throw a grenade, and it'll take them all out. So it's best to finish off all the infection form here, otherwise the next wave of enemies will trigger late, and you're more likely to get surrounded. A big strategy for getting through this level is to advance until you either hear enemies or see them on your radar, and then to retreat until you're behind where they're coming out. Then hold next to a wall near a corner, and you can take them out from there. This is a big strategy for getting through this level and dealing with the flood in general. So now I'm just cleaning up the carrier and infection forms, and that's the end of part 1. A little Combat Evolved walkthrough on Legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. I'm Sword of ForumsExtreme.com, and this is part 2 of the library. Now I'm just mopping up the last of the infection form here. Otherwise they can pile up on you when the next wave of enemies come. So it's good to finish them all off. Some of this level can get a little monotonous. And I'm trying to figure out where my pistol went. There it is.
You can see how the body's been transformed by the genetic restructuring of the flood infection. The small creatures carry spores that cause a host to mutate.
Now here you trigger wave after wave, and you can try and skip through this by throwing some well-timed grenades in front and behind you, and then shooting enemies as you go, but that's a lot harder, and it's pretty hard to reproduce. So this is the easier way, even though it takes longer, is you take each wave out one by one, and then keep holding at this corner here. And if you get overwhelmed, you can fall back one more wall and hold at the next corner, and you'll catch a little break that way. Now I try and stay close to the corner most of the time, and then I get a lot of 1- and 2-shot kills on the combat form. You have to watch out for when the carrier form come around though, because they can blow up in your face. So if they're too close, you can't take the shot, and you kind of have to jump backwards and then shoot them. Or as long as you have the corner between you and them, you can usually take it, and the corner will protect you. And as long as you keep moving, the infection form aren't too much of a problem. Now when you come down here, you can just lead with a grenade. This one didn't work out so well. A lot of times you can take out all three. These three here. Now in this next part, you get 2 large groups, and if you lead them correctly with a grenade, you can use basically 2 grenades and take all of them out. Now these few that come off in the distance here, they usually have pistols and some other good long-range weapons, so it's good to fall back to the corner and wait till they get a little closer. And then you can just pop out and get them with a pistol before they get real close. There's a health pack there if you need it. And down here is an overshield. Now in this next part, there's another large group that you can take out with 1 grenade.
We must continue.
You can help them to stay in there if you throw the grenade too early just by firing at a couple of the lead guys. They'll kind of freeze up for a second, and everybody will get clogged up behind them. I like to switch to some of the energy weapons and take out a lot of the infection forms sometimes. It also helps save ammo for the pistol.
This installation's research facilities are most impressive.
Now it's good to shoot out the glass here. A lot of these combat form and some of the carrier form will just drop right in, like right there. And then as soon as you start this section, you'll notice there's a lot of enemies on the radar behind you, and they're all carrier forms. They'll try and sneak up on you, or once in a while they will. They'll sneak up on you and blow up right next to you, usually at some critical point. So you have to turn around and take them out, or at least that's the safest thing to do. I was kind of ignoring the infection form at first to see if any more combat forms were coming. A lot of times they'll keep coming. When you get done with this part, a lot of times you'll still hear growling from the flood because there'll be a few combat forms that have fallen down in and they're still alive. Now right here is an easy skip. I don't skip in many places in the walkthrough here just because it's hard to reproduce, but this spot you can always skip in. Just jump up on that structure, and when the carrier form come out, you can just shoot one of them or not shoot them at all. And then this next large group, if you have one well-placed grenade, you'll be able to take them all out.
But I suggest you upgrade to at least a Class 12 combat pod in me.
And then you can go right to the end really quick.
524 has disrupted power flow to a gravitic.
These little comments while you're riding on the elevator are kind of funny. Now as soon as I come through here, I just turn around and usually I can take out one of the front carrier forms and blow up all of them before they actually come out.
Flood activity has caused a failure in a drone.
Now there's 2 health packs down here. There's one at the far end also. I just walk in far enough to trigger the next wave of carrier forms. And then usually I wait a little longer and let the sentinels take out all the infection form and save my ammo. But once you get up to here, you're going to trigger the next wave of enemies. The easiest thing to do is to fall back to the far wall and just shoot a few on the way. And then hold around here. Usually I would stay near the door, but it's a lot harder to stay near the door, and then it just wave after wave keeps coming and you get surrounded a lot of times. But this way you can separate the waves and trigger them as you're ready to trigger them. So now the next one's going to trigger. Now I just slide back the same way. And then just hold here. This is a lot easier. But the other way can be a little more fun, actually. Or it's certainly more challenging. This is basically just using that strategy of tactical retreats to get behind where they're coming out, and just using it over and over again, and then finding a wall to hold from.
Oh, hello.
Now I just grabbed a health pack there because there's 3 available, so I might as well. And that's the end of part 2. On Legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. I'm Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom, and this is part 3 of the library. So after the door opens and you come out, you can nade some of these guys sometimes. And you have a new set of sentinels to help you out. So you want to protect them as much as you can. Usually you can keep finding ammo for your shotgun here. Now from here it's good to lead with a plasma grenade.
Weapons to manage the flood.
And you can put it down there before anybody even shows up. A lot of times they'll come out and just look at it, and then you can blow up everybody. Or at least quite a few. Same thing here with the plasma grenade. And usually there's a guy that comes out with a rocket here, so you want to try and get him quick. That one didn't work so well, but usually it does.
That's a good idea.
Now there was the rocket. Usually what I like to do is kind of walk a rocket and a plasma rifle over near the door. But since I didn't see a plasma rifle, I'm just going to stick with the pistol.
I am a genius. Please wait here.
So the monitor leaves, and then you get all these infection form that come. And that's why the plasma rifle's nice for this section. As soon as you kill these guys, he comes back, and then some come through the door. So then I switch out the pistol for the rocket. And you can take out all these guys at this part with one rocket. Now I make sure I have frag grenades up and the rocket reloaded for this next part, and then I go back to the shotgun. One of the combat form will drop down there. Then you can use a rocket and grenades to take out the rest. You're going to have a lot of infection form here, and there's always a plasma rifle somewhere around. So you can switch out your rocket and use the plasma rifle. And take out all the infection form.
That's a good idea. Your environment suit should serve you well when the flood begins to alter the atmosphere. You are a good planner.
Now this is a spot where you're going to have wave after wave of flood. So you just hold at this corner. You could try and skip through, but again, it's hard, just like the other spot in the last part. So it's easier to just stay here, hold at the corner, take on each wave as they come. So you walk out, you trigger the wave, and then you can fall back here, and they'll collect right around the corner here. So then you can just kind of pop out slightly and throw a grenade and take them all out. Now you can keep doing this over and over again, but eventually I get a little bored with it. Instead of waiting for them, I just keep shooting them as they come, or I'll try and skip past them. But it's certainly easier to keep doing it this way. So you just watch them on the radar, they all collect in one spot. And then you can take them out with one rocket or one grenade. Now there's a guy with a rocket down here, and then there's a whole bunch of carrier forms, so you want to throw a grenade down there, try and get the guy with the rocket. And then I just use a plasma rifle to mop up all the infection form. Now this is important for this part. There's 2 rockets here, and they'll respawn on you if you go too far. So the way to keep them from respawning is to actually grab them, and then you can switch it out. And then it won't respawn because you've already touched them once. Once you get rid of this next wave, you can pick up the rocket launcher again.
The installation was well conceived. It is
Now these combat form keep coming out of here, and it's kind of like flood skeet shooting. You try and shoot them as they drop down. And that's the end of part 3. Legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. I'm Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom, and this is part 4 of the library. Now I originally came up here on this raised area to avoid the carrier form that are lingering around, and I'm still continuing my skeet shooting of the flood as they jump out of this little hole here. You can just walk close enough to the carrier forms and then they'll blow up. You don't even have to shoot them. And there's enough of a delay you can jump away. So I walked through the pile of bodies that mounted up there just to see if I needed any grenades or anything. Now right here you can skip past all these. They're all carrier forms. You can skip right to the end of this section and get on the elevator, as long as you don't stop. Here's another little elevator comment. Now this time you have sentinels coming out behind you, so you're going to have some help here. I use the rocket to take out this guy on the raised area.
The other species currently on the installation is responsible for releasing the flood. They seem most persistent in their attempts to access restricted areas.
And there's a health pack here if you need it. I just make sure I reload before I go in. Then I shoot one rocket up in the upper corner so it misses the guy that's running towards me and gets the ones in the back. And then I shoot the one running towards me. There's several carrier forms that are waiting for you at the end. That's why I shot that other rocket. Now the way I normally do this part is I fight from right here, but you can get surrounded from here. It's not really that easy all the time. So an easier way to do it is to go over to one side. So you can come over here and stay here and just shoot the guys that come out near you and give some support to the sentinels once in a while. But it's actually a little boring to stay over here. So I usually stay in that center area and then just keep shooting and grenading. And as long as you grenade where they pile up at either corner, it can keep the numbers down pretty good, so it's not too bad. You really have to watch your radar here, though, so you don't have somebody sneak up on you. Now there's a closed door here, so what you want to do is just kind of back in as soon as you see the next wave of flood spawning, then just fight your way back. And then you can hold on along this wall. And it's really the easiest thing to do, is to take out each wave until the door opens. Now once you take out the first wave, a little trick is you can skip past them and fight from here. And then you'll be ready as soon as the doors open. And there's a little health pack there if you need it. So either way, you can do it from here or along the wall that I was at first. This can be a little quicker, though, to go past after you finish the first wave. And now the door's open.
Why, naturally, the flood is simply too dangerous to release, and mass sterilization protocols may again need to.
As soon as you come out, there's going to be a guy with a rocket coming around the corner. That's why I put that grenade there. Unfortunately, when you put a grenade out like that, you're going to blow it away a lot of times, but there it is. So there's two small groups that come from either side next to these two walls before the ones come out in front. There's going to be a few combat form here with good long-range weapons, so you want to take your shots quick and then get behind cover. Now, if you hear some flood growling here, they're on the other side of the wall that I just had the light on.
The installation was specifically built to study and contain the flood. Their survival as a race was dependent upon it. I am grateful to see that some of them survived to reproduce.
It's kind of weird he came down low here, but that's the end of part 4. On Legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. Now this is going to be one of those spots where you're just going to trigger wave after wave. You can walk out from the wall, trigger the wave, then come back, hold the corner, and take them as they come around the corner. Now anytime I stick somebody that's that close, that's an accident. What you want to do if you make that kind of a mistake is shoot them right away so they're kind of stunned and as you're moving backwards, so you can get some space between you and them. Now sometimes I'll get bored with waiting for each wave to come, so I'll go out and push through a little bit and try and skip past them if I can. But it's a lot easier and a lot safer to stay back here and use the corner as cover. As long as you come out every time expecting another wave, and you pay attention to your radar, you'll be fine. You always want to check for weapons to make sure you don't run out of ammo. Now right here, everybody's already blown up, and there's going to be 2 shotguns usually that you can pick up. Here's one. And there's the second. Sometimes it's on the floor. There's a health pack right to the side of me right here, on the right.
I will deactivate the security lock. Wait here.
Now what you do is just walk towards the door, come down in this area and hide. And then wait until you see everybody's come out on the radar. And then the safest thing to do is just stay here and throw grenades. And not let them know where you are. And then you can just stay here and not fire at all and wait for the doors to open. Or what I like to do is come out and take on the last of them before the doors open. Now if you're doing a blind throw with a frag, you can throw it against the wall, but if you're doing it with a plasma, you want to pick a spot on the ceiling because they're not going to bounce out from the wall. See, and they still really don't know where I am yet. Now they know. So again, you just hold the corner. If they see you before this, you just hold the corner and keep moving back and forth along the wall. Now here's the health pack I was talking about before with a couple grenades. As soon as the doors open, you're going to have help from the sentinels, so it's a lot safer then.
Please stay close.
Now when you get to this corner, there's going to be a large group that comes around. You can usually take them all out with 2 grenades. From here, you can skip right to the end of the section and get on the elevator again. And you can tell from the comment on this elevator ride that it's the last elevator ride before the end. Now as soon as you come out here, you want to take out these bubble guys or carrier form guys. And make sure you don't have one right next to you. You definitely don't want it to blow up next to you here. There's a health pack right beside me, if you need it. Right there. Now this is another spot you're going to get wave after wave. I like to stay out a little bit at the beginning just to try to help the sentinels and hopefully save them a little longer. But a lot of times it doesn't work very well. They seem to die pretty quick in this spot. Now I'm staying out a little too exposed to make things go quicker, and you see it was a little bit of a mistake there. I didn't die this level, but I came pretty close right there. It's a little safer to stay next to the wall and just take them as they come around the corner. So if I'm not working this corner, I'm working this one here. And I just keep watching my radar to see where they drop down. If you can get them on the way down, you can usually take them out with one shot. So I'm just finishing off the carrier form here in the tunnel. And that's about it for part 5.
I am a genius.
Of the library on legendary difficulty for nextgenwalkthroughs.com. I'm Sword of ForumsExtreme.com, and this is the Halo Combat Evolved walkthrough. Now, as soon as you come up the ramp here, you're going to want to go to the left. And there's a health pack right there. You're going to come down the wall next to the doors that are lit with a blue light. Those are the doors that are going to open eventually. And as soon as they open, you want to go through them. And then eventually the flood will stop spawning once you go through the doors. Now, all you want to do here is just hold this corner. Keep using grenades. As you see on your radar, they're getting close. Time your grenades so that you'll take them out. And then just slide back and forth along the wall as you need to and hold that corner. Now when you fall back to the next wall, that's when you're usually going to see the flood start to stop or slow down. And right down here is another health pack if you need it. When you get down here, you're going to have a whole bunch of carrier forms spawn. So you need to take them out, because they'll just come up on you later on. Finish off the infection form here.
The Flood are already hard at work repairing your vessel. Its parasitic nature belies the Flood's intelligence.
And now as the next wave spawns, just fall back to the wall. And all I'm doing is holding between these two walls, and then I can fall back along either wall if I need to. As soon as this wave is done, you can go straight through past the next doorway. That's the last doorway. So you want to go all the way beyond it, and a bunch of flood will come out as the door partially opens. and then you can grenade them if they don't see you. They won't start running out after you, so you can grenade them without them knowing you're there.
That's a good idea. I am a genius.
So you can see on your radar they're starting to come through. Make sure you wait till after the checkpoint. And then just quickly sneak out and very quickly throw the grenade. Now they saw me with the last grenade, so they're coming now. There'll be quite a few times where you'll be able to get another 2 grenades off before they see you. So all you do is keep falling back here. Now part of what I'm doing here is letting this last bubble guy get beyond where all the weapons and grenades are so he doesn't blow them up. And make sure you get some grenades and load up on weapons. There's always one flood on this raised area, and there's always 1 or 2 on this other side, so make sure you take them out before you advance. Now once you walk past the doorway, that's when you're going to start to spawn the next wave. So you want to take everybody out before then. Load up on your weapons, and what you're going to do when you come out here is lead with some grenades. Now the key to making it through here is to lead with these grenades, and then use your shotgun. Now see how I time those, and I have 1 left, so I'll throw it right here. Now I can just walk back at this point, and I'll instantly be taken onto the elevator. But I just want to show that you could finish these off actually from here, and fairly easily. If you stay back by the doorway, they'll just keep respawning for a while. But they don't keep doing that if you make it to this little bridge. Now you can see down here kind of what the room's like. That's where the elevator's going to go. There's another bridge down at the other end of this area, so you can actually walk around the outside and come in on the other bridge if you want. And the rest is just the cutscene. That's the end of Part 6.
The energy barrier surrounding the index will deactivate when we reach the ground floor. You may now retrieve the index. Protocol requires that I take possession of the index for transport. Your organic form renders you vulnerable to infection. The index must not fall into the hands of the Flood before we reach the control room and activate the installation. The Flood is spreading. We must hurry.
Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom, and this is the 8th level of Halo 2 Betrayals,
Which
Part
means
1.
that any organism with sufficient mass and cognitive capability is a potential vector. Is something wrong?
No, nothing.
Splendid, shall we? Unfortunately, my usefulness to this particular endeavor has come to an end. Protocol does not allow units with my classification to perform a task as important as the reunification of the index with the core. That final step is reserved for you, Reclaimer. Odd. That wasn't supposed to happen.
Oh, really?
Cortana.
I've spent the last 12 hours cooped up in here watching you toady about, helping that thing get set to slit our throats.
Hold on now. He's a friend.
Oh, I didn't realize. He's your pal, is he? Your chum? Do you have any idea what that bastard almost made you do?
Yes. Activate Halo's defenses and destroy the Flood, which is why we brought the Index to the control center.
You mean this?
A construct in the core? That is absolutely unacceptable.
Sod off!
What impertinence! I shall purge you at once!
You sure that's a good idea?
How dare you? I'll...
Do what? I have the Index. You can just float and sputter.
Enough! The Flood is spreading. If we activate Halo's defenses, we can wipe them out.
You have no idea how this ring works, do you? Why the Forerunners built it? Halo doesn't kill Flood. It kills their food. Humans, Covenant, whatever. We're all equally edible. The only way to stop the Flood is to starve them to death. And that's exactly what Halo is designed to do. Wipe the galaxy clean of all sentient life. You don't believe me? Ask him.
Is it true?
More or less. Technically, this installation's pulse has a maximum effective radius of 25,000 light years. But once the others follow suit, this galaxy will be quite devoid of life. Or at least any life with sufficient biomass to sustain the Flood. But you already knew that. I mean, how couldn't you?
Left out that little detail, did he?
We have followed outbreak containment procedure to the letter. You were with me each step of the way as we managed this crisis.
Chief, I'm picking up movement.
Why would you hesitate to do what you've already done?
We need to go. Right now.
Last time you asked me, if it were my choice, would I do it? Having had considerable time to ponder your query, my answer has not changed. There is no choice. We must activate the ring.
Get us out of here.
If you are unwilling to help, I will simply find another. Still, I must have the Index. Give your construct to me, or I will be forced to take her from you.
That's not going to happen.
So be it. Save his head. Dispose of the rest.
Look out!
So even before the cutscene ends, I start moving to the side and charging my weapon and get behind a barrier. And then you just want to wait until the sentinels stop moving. If they're moving down or to the side too quickly, you're going to miss. So you want to wait till they slow down and then come out and give them a full blast, and one blast will kill them.
We can't let the Monitor activate Halo. We have to stop him. We have to destroy Halo. According to my analysis of the available data, I believe the best course of action is somewhat risky. An explosion of sufficient size will help destabilize the ring, and will cut through a number of primary systems. We need to trigger a detonation on a large scale, however. A starship's fusion reactors going critical would do the job. I'm going to search what's left of the Covenant BattleNet and see if I can locate the Pillar of Autumn's crash site. If the ship's fusion reactors are still relatively intact, we can use them to destroy Halo.
So what I do here is, before the door is even open, I've switched to frag grenades. And then I throw one that almost skims the ceiling, but not quite that high, so that the frag will blow up in the group of grunts and take a couple of them out. Then I use normal shot from the plasma pistol and fire at the grunts and the elite. But I stay outside of the doorway for the purpose of not drawing attention from the sentinels, and let the sentinels target all their fire on the Covenant. And then hopefully I have enough left in my plasma pistol to have a few large charges to be able to use against the next group of Covenant enemies to come, the two Jackals and the elite. And then all I'm doing is picking up grenades and a new plasma pistol and getting ready for the next part. Now the key here is to open the door, go back near the second shield. You want to throw a plasma grenade just over the door as it opens, in that corner, and generally you'll take out both elites with one plasma. That didn't happen here, but that's generally what will happen. Either way, they'll be damaged quite a bit, so you'll be able to take them out fairly easily. Then I quickly try to switch to frags usually, and throw a couple of those where the jackals and the grunts are. And sometimes I've taken everybody out with like 3 grenades and I don't even have to fire a shot. That didn't happen this time, but that's what can happen. Then I just use whatever weapons I need. It's better to move forward instead of backwards and actually stay behind the large doors that open. And that gives you a little cover and you can pop out and still be close enough.
I haven't located the crash site yet, but we need to buy some time, in case the Monitor or his Sentinels find a way to activate Halo's final weapon without the Index. The machinery in these canyons are Halo's primary firing mechanisms. They consist of 3 phase pulse generators that amplify Halo's signal and allow it to fire deep into space. The power levels are enormous. I can't even begin to calculate the pulse's range. So, if we damage or destroy these generators, the Monitor will need to repair them before Halo can be used. That should buy us some time. I'm marking the location of the nearest pulse generator with a nav point. We need to move in and neutralize the device.
So all I try and do is stick the first 2 elites, or at least get the plasma grenades close, and then, however I need to, shoot the other Covenant enemy on that level, and then just move up and get the weapons up at the top of the tower. What I like to grab is usually the sniper and the pistol, all the frags, and of course you have a health pack. Now you can come back up here. You can grab your shotgun if you want and get reloads for the pistol. I'm not going to do that just because of time, but it's a very good idea to do that so you have more ammo later. And if you want the shotgun, you can grab it. You don't need it at this point, but some people might like it. So what I like to do here is come back on the side, and then you can shoot the jackal usually with a pistol, and then use the sniper for one of the elites. I like to get the elite with 2 shots, it didn't happen there. And then I like to stick the other one and do what I can to conserve ammo on my sniper for when I'm down at the bottom. But sometimes they're a little tough to get. He got some good air. Now I like to switch to the Needler because there's some elites that are pretty far away, and they're easy to get with the Needler, and that way you can conserve your sniper ammo. These 2 elites are usually right here, and they're easy to stick. So I continue to take out the grunts and jackals with a pistol, and then I use the Needler for the 2 elites that are down in the dark. And this is how you can clear all the enemies on the ramps on the way to the control room. And that's about it for part 1. On Legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com, I'm Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom, and this is part 2 of 2 Betrayals. Now all I'm doing here is getting my sniper and some grenades, and then all you have to do to descend is to slide down the wall. You just don't want to get any air between you and the wall, and then you won't take any damage. And this is a way you can make your way down if you only want to kill enemies on one side also. You could just slide down that side after you kill the enemies on that side of the divider and make your way down to the rocket launcher.
Wait, we should commandeer one of those Banshees. We'll need it to reach the pulse generator in time.
All I do is use the sniper to try and get one headshot on the elites and save it for the elites. And then as soon as they hide, I just use a rocket to blow them out. If you stay right here, the tank can't get you. kind of waiting for another elite. But there's a jackal that's usually here on the side, so you can take him out with a pistol. And then I just go back to the sniper until it's done, and then I work with just the pistol and the rocket. It makes this area pretty easy. This wall gives good cover. Once you have all the enemies done on this side, because all the elites will have already come over, all you'll have left is the tank and 2 grunts. Most of the time the tank won't be able to fire through like that, so you just have to watch for when it happens.
Good. Let's get moving. The nav point marks our target.
Now this would be an excellent time to go back if you want the shotgun to get it at the tower or to get pistol reloads. And because you keep getting new Banshees, you don't have to worry about how you take on these guys. You can get right in the middle of them. At every one of these spots, you'll get a new Banshee.
That's the pulse generator. The center core is the signal amplifier. That's what we need to shut down. We need to interrupt the pulse generator's energy stream. I've adjusted your shield system so that it will deliver an EMP burst to disrupt the generator, but you'll need to walk into the beam to trigger it. The EMP blast should neutralize the generator, but it will also drain your shields and leave you vulnerable until they recharge.
You can just walk into it as soon as you come into the room. I just let her talk for the walkthrough.
Objective accomplished. The pulse generator has overloaded. Scanning. The generator's central core is offline. Well done.
As soon as you head through the doors, just make sure you stay to the left like I did, and then you won't bump into one of the sentinels.
The second pulse generator is located in the adjacent canyon. Move out and I'll mark the target with a nav point when we get closer.
So here you have grunts with fuel rod guns. So I like to take them out first. One other thing you can do besides going back for different weapons and ammo is you can fly back into the control room and fly through the holographic projections of the planet and Halo.
Head through that door. That's the way to the next canyon.
Now to conserve ammo, because I didn't go back to get reloads for the pistol, I'm looking for his plasma pistol, but it was hidden close to the wall. I usually clear this room from this window. Now the reason I grabbed the needler and come up to this wall, if you come up this slant just slightly, it's like the elite thinks he can shoot you, so he stands there and takes all the needles usually. And you can get headshots on the grunts and the jackals. Now once I'm down to just one enemy left that's hiding, I go back and get the rocket. I usually jump up through here. And then a lot of times you can come up right behind him and whack him in the back. But that didn't happen this time. Now in this area there's 3 jackals. You can usually stick the first one, and then whichever one's last will try to escape, so you just want to try and get him before he escapes. It makes it a little easier later. Now I just switch out my pistol for a plasma pistol again to save ammo. Here you just want to walk in far enough to get everything to spawn. And then I just throw a lot of grenades, 1 down each side, and then just keep repeating it and then use some rockets until the room's clear. Now this is one of those spots where the Flood and the Covenant are going to be fighting, and like I said before, I just like to let them fight. Once all the Flood is run past, then you can come up and try and stick some of the elites. And I don't know why that grenade got deflected. Usually what I like to try to do is stick 2 of the 3 elites that are here, and then the gold elite will run around the corner, and I like to stick him as soon as he runs around the corner, which didn't work out well this time. But a lot of times you can do it really easy and take very little damage or no damage. And then from that spot, you can use your pistol and get headshots on the jackals that keep coming around. And that's why I wanted to have pistol rounds still left when I got here. If you get reloads at the tower, you won't have to worry about it. You can use your pistol all the way through. This is another good reason to have pistol rounds left, is because you can take out a lot of grunts and jackals here through this little barrier and get easy headshots on them. And that's about it for part 2. Legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. I'm Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom, and this is part 3 of 2 Betrayals. So this room and the last part were a little more sloppy than I usually like to play them. Usually I like to do them a lot quicker, getting a lot more headshots. But once you've gotten all the enemies you can through the barrier, then you can come around to this window. You also want to pick up as many plasma grenades as you can. And you want to get down to 2 enemies. Once you get down to 2 Covenant enemies left, then the Flood will come through the door. And while it's not always easy to plan for it, it's nice to get down to just the 2 elites, because they can kind of take on the Flood. You can also come up here to fight the Flood, and usually take him out from up here. You don't have to attack quite so aggressively though. So I'm just looking for grenades, and usually there's a couple pistols here. The human combat form flood usually have a couple pistols. I had already walked over one, and the other one that I missed ended up being near the Covenant shield in the center area. So once you come out here, you can stay near this barrier and try and get headshots on at least 3 of the jackals, and then the others will retreat. Then you can move up to this next barrier and start grenading some of the elites. Each time you move up, you'll get some more flood that will jump across from the other bridge. The gold elite just flew off the bridge. So you want to try to advance without the elite seeing you. And then just come up to the next barrier. Since the Flood are easy to kill, generally you want to take out the Covenant. Normally you won't take as much fire from the Flood on the bridge next to you as I have this time. Then there's one Flood that just jumps across and another one that comes in behind you, and then you're done. Now here you just want to come through the middle and lead with a grenade and hold some of them near the grenade until it goes off. Then you want to nade on the side, get a couple shots off, and then there'll be some coming from the other side. I retreat into the entryway. It makes a great spot to keep retreating along. And you can keep retreating around every corner. Until you're ready to advance again. Now I usually look for any reloads I can get for the shotgun, and then I head up the ramp. And from the ramp you can usually take everybody out. You just have to do it kind of quickly. I just come down here and take them out from this window. You can get all the Flood on this side from this window. And then just go through the other window. Now through this next hallway there's 2 elites. They're waiting for the Flood to attack them. When you get close to the hallway, it'll trigger the Flood. You want to kind of stay out of the way though, because the last Flood that shows up has a rocket. And there he was. Now the Covenant almost never win this battle, but once in a while it happens. I grabbed the rocket here because there's pistols later on. So you can just hold at this entryway until you get the last of the bubble guys. Then you want to jump up on the side here because there's a guy with a shotgun up here. You can take him out and then throw a grenade. And the rest is pretty easy. Now here's the pistol I was talking about, and there's another one in here, usually. A health pack. And now you just want to take out all the infection forms. This spot, it's kind of crucial to do that, just because of what comes up next. What'll happen if you don't is the ones in the hallway will come through the door every time you walk near the door and it opens up. And then you'll have extra enemies attacking you while you're busy with other stuff. Now as soon as you come out here, you can stay behind this barrier, and if you have the rocket, you can take down one of the Banshees before you even engage the Flood. Otherwise, you want to take out the Flood first. You're going to have 3 carrier form and at least 2 combat form that are going to come after you, so you want to get all of them before they get here, and then take out all these infection form. Of course, if you don't have a rocket, you can take them down pretty easily with a pistol. Now there's 2 Banshees out here, but there's also 3 combat form Flood with rockets in the middle of the bridge. And I wanted to show how you take down the Banshees, but unfortunately the combat forms took them down for me. But basically stay behind these barriers in the back and you can take them down easily. Just wait until they start to shoot at you or line up to shoot at you, and then fire your rocket. Stay in view so they can still get a couple shots on you, and then they won't veer off and the rocket will hit them. If you move out of the way too quick, they'll just veer off to the side and the rocket will miss. The rest is fairly easy. There's a pistol that you might want to grab, and then you can take out the combat form that have the rockets if they're still around, which I couldn't find this time, but usually it's laying right around there. So if you don't have the pistol, you can use your shotgun. You just want to stay behind a barrier because they're very accurate with their rockets. These infection form you don't even have to do anything with. You could just go right by them. And that's about it for part 3. On Legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. Now when you come in this room, you just want to go around the outside. There's a couple bubble guys here you can shoot, then throw a grenade and move back is usually the best thing. Then you won't run into this kind of trouble and get your shield knocked down. Once you get rid of those carrier form, you can just throw a grenade down here, and you might have a combat form left, but usually that grenade will take care of them. Now you don't really need to shoot these infection form, I just like to. Now because the walkthrough is kind of long, or this level is kind of long, I'm just going to skip through this room pretty quick. It's super easy. They're all human form, combat forms with no weapons. So you can shoot him down pretty quick. When you come out into this area, usually all you have to do is wait for this grunt and this elite to walk on towards the front.
Okay, let's take care of the next pulse generator.
And then it's a little easier if you come out when the Banshee's not targeting you. And I usually skip this area, but if you go down in that center area where it goes down low, right in the middle, there's also a health pack and some reloads in there. But I usually just drive by all that stuff. And you just want to make sure when you go to take the jump that you use jump as you leave the cliff and then back to level yourself out. The same kind of thing I've talked about before with using a ghost and making a jump. So this is all pretty easy, you know, killing these grunts and killing the jackals, so I'm just going to blow by them. Nothing special there. Now this is one of the easier ways to get through this part. You just want to slide in really quick and go for the second Banshee. And then I use a spiral takeoff basically. And if I spiral, I think I get less fire. Now there's up to 4 Banshees you're going to have to fight, and that one took me down a little bit. Now this is generally not a situation you want to be in where you only have 1 bar left, but this is how you can clear the whole area. And anytime you feel like you need to get another Banshee or something, you can go to where the nav point is. You just want to kill the guys that are on the ledge, and then when you come out you'll have a new Banshee. Now as long as you make the tank think that you went around the other side, he'll keep firing off in that direction, and you'll be fairly safe here. So I take out the grunts first on the little outcropping. And then the elites that are down in the front. And landing and using your rocket is the easiest way or the quickest way to take out the tank. The tree that's straight ahead you can use as a barrier also if you need to move closer. It takes like 9 shots from the Banshee to take the tank out, so it's a lot quicker to use the rocket. So now you have a fresh Banshee. If you go in that door right there, you can get an extra health pack. So then I just climb up high and take everyone out in these upper areas. Now this platform has a jackal, a grunt with a fuel rod gun, and an elite. So you just want to make sure you get everyone. You don't want to land on the other side because that's where the new Banshee's going to spawn. So when you come in here, you can just throw some grenades at the flood. And then kind of hold at this corner. If you have to, you can fall back through the doorway. But if you lead with some grenades and keep the fire going, then you can take these guys out pretty easily. You just have to watch out for the ones with the rocket launchers. So once they're all done, I look for any reloads for the rocket launcher or for the shotgun. And then I put frag grenades up and put the rocket launcher out. I trigger the explosion.
That did it. The pulse generator overloaded. One more to go.
And then you want to go right for the doorway. Lead with a grenade, and then a rocket, and then a grenade, and then a rocket. And then throw another grenade if you have one. And then just keep firing and fall back as you need to. It's the easiest way to do this room, otherwise it's impossible. Well, near impossible. There are other ways to do it, but this is by far the easiest. And that's about it for part 4. Legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com.
I've located the Pillar of Autumn. She put down 1,200 kilometers upspin. Energy readings show her fusion reactors are still powered up. That tunnel leads to the next section of canyon. The final pulse generator we need to destroy is through there.
If you want to clear the enemies in this area, you just have to stay back from where the fighting is and use your fuel rod gun, the green blast, to take out the enemies. The first thing you want to take out is the Covenant stationary gun or the Shade, and then you probably want to help the Covenant and just keep circling back, stay near the ceiling, get off a blast, and you'll be able to kill them all eventually. But you can just fly past them like I just did. And the way to do that is just to move side to side, and that way the rockets won't be able to hit you. It'll throw them off if you move side to side and stay near the ceiling. Otherwise, you're going to get hit. Now, this is a trick that a lot of people may not know, but it's a setup that was obviously built into the game. You fly by, and you open the door. You come back, and usually these flood won't be here, but there will be a ghost back here. And you may have some reloads for your rocket launcher also. So you take the Ghost and just drive it back. And you can use this or the Banshee to take out the flood that's near the door when you get there. One of the keys for using the Ghost in this way is to make sure you're not completely up against the opening with the Ghost, and then you'll be able to notice that you can fire down a little bit. But once you're done with the flood, you just want to back the Ghost through the opening. And then you get in the Banshee and push it through. You cannot get it through any other way. And now you have a Ghost in the next section. Now you want to get the first wave to spawn. If you just fly past really quick and open up the door, then nothing will spawn afterwards. And you need everything to spawn afterwards, otherwise you can't end the level. So basically you want to pause at the last third of the bridge, and then all these infection form will come out. And the first wave of the flood will come out with them. And all you want to do is stay back from them a little bit and slow down your fire when the floods start running towards you, and then your fire will become more focused and accurate. Then you just keep staying back on the bridge a little bit and aim at the corners. Once the first wave is done, you'll see the second wave spawn. You need the second wave to spawn before you can go through the doors. And then everything else you need to spawn will actually come up. The second wave has combat form with rockets, and that's one of the reasons you want to stay back a good distance. And then all you have to do is move side to side when they fire a rocket, and you can avoid them pretty easily. There's certainly other ways to do it, but this is the easiest. Now if you try and skip through right after the second wave spawns, make sure you get through the door fairly quickly because it'll reclose on its own. So you'll have some reloads for your rocket here and a couple health packs. Now a couple quick things that I didn't mention in Part 4 is that when you're heading outside through the doorway at time index 147 of Part 4, if you want to kill all the enemies in that area, what you want to do is take out the Banshee first with your rocket from the doorway. Get to the Ghost after that. And instead of going towards the front, go towards the back, and you'll find only one elite and a ghost in the back, and he's easy to kill. And then you can get reloads down in the center area like I'd mentioned in Part 4, and you can work the room from that back area. The other thing for Part 4 is when you get to the Banshee, you can skip all the enemies in that area by going straight for the nav point, and then after you clear that area, go straight for the tunnel. So I just fly up here and go off to the side, and you can see the flood spawn there in the video. Now you can poke your head through here, and I was trying to see if I could get the next wave of the flood to spawn here, but it didn't spawn yet. So what you want to do is try to draw attention from the Banshee while you're waiting over here, and get him to line up so he's getting ready to target you, and then just hit him with a rocket. Now this is another situation where the Flood and the Covenant are fighting, and you can blow past these guys with the Ghost. But if you want to kind of clear the area so you have access to more ghosts and some weapons, then what you want to do is try to make the battle come out even. And the way you can do that is to take out the Shades or Covenant stationary guns. And then if you need to, take out an elite or two with a rocket. If you did want to skip the rest of this section, you just have to wait until this last wave of flood comes out that's coming out right now in the distance. Once they come out, it means everything else is spawned, so you can actually get in your Ghost and take it all the way to the end, past all the rest of the enemies, until you get to the last two Banshees. Now here I'm just drawing in because there's too many Covenant left. I'm drawing in some flood that were stuck in the back here. Just something you can do. But you can certainly blow past all these guys. I just wanted to show how you can clear this area fairly easily. You just kind of let the flood do the work for you. Now, to me, it's always easier to have the Flood win the battle and then just clear a couple of them at the end. But that's not how it worked out this time. So it can be a little tedious, but you can finish off whoever's left with the Ghost. And now you have access to 2 fresh Ghosts, and usually there'll be some rocket launchers on the ground. And that's about it for part 5. Legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. I'm Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom, and this is the 6th and final part of 2 Betrayals. Now, as you come from the last section into this section, you can just fly into this little cave area and fight from here. And you can use the Ghost or use your rockets. You can also try to blow past all these enemies, but you have to be real careful when you get to the other end of this area, because all the combat form of the Flood there have rockets. So you have to be real careful not to fly straight at them and carefully maneuver around them, and then make it up the little cliff that's there. Which I'll demonstrate how to do in a bit. It's good to clear this area because there's a lot of weapons here that you want to be able to come back for if you want to kill everybody. Especially if you want to do it from the ground. If you do it from the air, you don't really need to come back. So all these combat form with the rockets down here will kind of line up, and you just stay way back from them and fire at them from a distance, and then if they shoot a rocket at you when they're not shooting at each other, you can just move to the side and avoid the rockets pretty easily. So now you're safe to get whatever weapons you want and any reloads you want. I usually go with a rocket launcher and the sniper, and that makes it easier if you're going to try to kill everyone from the ground. So all you do is aim for this spot right here, and then you want to pop a wheelie by hitting jump, and you can make it right up there easily. Now if you pause right here, the Flood will go by and they won't know you're here. And then as soon as they've gone by and you can see it on the radar, you can come around to this side. This is how you do it if you want to take out the tanks from the ground. You get a couple of shots on each tank, or one tank from here. And then you can sail by. You can do it all from here. If you're going to do everything from the ground, you can take out one tank from here, and then you can work from the middle and from the other side, and there's rocks at each place that you can use as hold points. But if you want to do it from the air, you can fly behind the tank, come over to this area, take out this tank pretty easily from here, and then take out the other tank from the other side. If you don't want to take out the tanks and you don't want to kill any of these enemies here and you just want to skip to the end, you can go straight in towards the 2 Banshees, or you can come down either side and then come in towards the 2 Banshees. So either way you want to do it, it's almost easier to come straight in. It seems a little counterintuitive, but you can come directly down the middle and come right in between the 2 Banshees, jump out and take one and fly right off. So the reason I'm taking out these 2 tanks from the ground is just to make it easier if you want to finish the room. And there's an invisible elite that just spawned next to me. But once the tanks are gone, and they're a lot easier to take out with the rockets, then it's easy to take everyone else out with a Banshee. So all you do is come around from the side, fly past the first one and grab the second one, and I don't know why I didn't get in it right away because I was looking the right way. Apparently it was a proximity issue. But just take off in a spiral ascent like I did before. And you can easily kill the enemies from the air once you get up high enough. Something to keep in mind is that if you try to kill anything more than just the tanks from that back area, a whole nother wave of the Covenant will spawn right on top of you, and you really don't want that to happen. This is kind of an interesting thing you can do, but it doesn't have any strategic value. But you can come up here, and when they're not moving around, you can snipe them fairly easily from up here, and you can see the bridge, kind of a different view of things. But sometimes they act like they know you're sighting them, and so they dance around a lot. But this little ledge goes all the way around for quite a long ways. You can actually get all the way to where the next nav point is. It's just you can't make the jump down to the ledge that it goes to. But like I said, it's not really any great strategic value, just something you can try. So since it's easy to kill everyone from the air, I'm just going to skip past this and head towards the end. If you're going to do it from the ground, you're going to have to go back and forth on the ground with the Ghost over to where all the weapons were in the last section. Right in this section here. And then just work your way back and forth with rockets and the sniper at first, and then rockets and the pistol. And you'll be able to finish it off after a while. Now here's the last part, and you have sentinels coming out. So all you have to do is stay far enough away where they don't target you. And then slow your fire down so it becomes concentrated and accurate again, like with the Ghost before. And you'll be able to take the sentinels down fairly quickly. And then once they're all gone, you can go right in. You can actually try and fly past them and drop right in next to the door. But this is the way you can get rid of them all. So once they're all gone, what you want to grab is the plasma rifle and the rockets. And they're the easiest weapons to take out sentinels with. And there was sniper rounds right there. And so you can fly back, use your sniper again, and take out more enemies on the ground. So it's easy to use the doorway as a hold point. You can also run past them and run right in and blow up the core. Or you can go around to the side, like go around to the left and come around from the back side. But this is how you can kill them all pretty easily. If they're low enough, a grenade explosion from the ground will actually take them out. And that's about it for part 6. All that's left is a little cutscene.
Final target neutralized. Let's get out of here.
Let's find a ride and get to the captain.
No, that'll take too long.
You have a better idea?
There's a teleportation grid that runs throughout Halo. That's how the monitor moves about so quickly. I learned how to tap into the grid when I was in the control center. Unfortunately, each jump requires a rather consequential expenditure of energy.
Something tells me I'm not gonna like this.
But I'm pretty sure I can pull it from your suit without permanently damaging your shields. Needless to say, I think we should only try this once.
Do it.
The Covenant network is absolute chaos. From what I've been able to piece together, their leadership ordered all ships to abandon Halo when they found the Flood, but they were too late. The Flood overwhelmed this cruiser and disabled it. The Covenant are terrified the Flood will repair the ship and use it to escape from Halo. They've sent in a strike team to neutralize the Flood and repair the ship for immediate departure. I've got a good lock on Captain Key's CNI transponder signal. He's alive, and the implants are intact. There's some interference from the cruiser's damaged reactor. I'll bring us in as close as I can. Oh, I see. The coordinate data needs to be... Right. Sorry.
I'm Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom.
Don't be a fool. Leave me.
Captain? Captain? I've lost him.
And this is the 9th level of Halo, Keys. Where I turn to the side and look through the grating in the wall, you can see keys incorporated into a proto-grave mine, which you come across near the end of the level. So here I'm just taking out all the enemies that are up here. They're pretty easy. You just have to watch out for the one carrier form. Now typically a lot of people will skip past these enemies, but what this allows you to do is pick up a shotgun and a plasma rifle. And by killing them first, you can go back and grab the active camo and have full use of the time length. What a lot of people do is they'll grab the active camo first and then just run by all the enemies, but then you miss out on these weapons. But either way can work fine.
Analyzing damage.
Now here's a secret health pack.
This hole was caught.
You can't land on the health pack, but you can get close enough to it where if you need it, you'll still pick it up.
Let's get out of here and find another way back aboard the ship.
So you can run past all these enemies if you want and make it pretty far. Or you can come over here and have a hold point to take out the flood as they drop down. There should be a pistol somewhere in this area if you want to pick one up. Now wherever I can, I let the Covenant and the Flood fight. You just have to keep your eye out for Flood that drops down. Now as soon as that group is pretty much done, I come up here and throw some grenades beyond this rock. Now this is one of the trickier parts in this level. There's carrier forms that drop down from the top, and if you don't pay attention, they'll drop down like in front and behind you. And they'll kill you a lot of times.
We should head this way, towards the ship's gravity lift.
Now what I was trying to do there is you can throw a grenade off the wall and make it go around the corner. Just like that one. As soon as you get around this corner into the health pack, the enemies tend to disappear. And you have a sniper rifle here. Now if you can, you want to conserve your ammo and you can save the sniper rifle. It'll make it easier later. You don't have to do it, but it makes it a lot easier. So the first thing you want to do is try and take out the hunters. And then save the rest for the elites. And you want to try and save at least one round for after this group of enemies is done. Now you can tell when all the Covenant are done or killed by all the carrier forms stopping. You'll probably be able to see this a lot better when you're playing. So now they all just started to stand still. You want to blow them up before you get to them. And here's a health pack. And I usually just pick up an energy weapon and start shooting all the infection form. You want to clear them all at this point if you can. Pick up the sniper rifle, and this is where you need that one round. As soon as they're done, you can take the shade and you can fend off all the flood that come around the corner. Just keep an eye on your radar, and you'll be able to see when they're coming. Some sort of glitch happened there, and one of the infection forms was floating in the air. So when no more flood are coming around the corner, you just go up around the corner, you can shoot one of them and then come right back to the chair. Now there's 3 that jump up here. Now I wait around the corner because there's some flood up on the wall, and I want some of the flood on the ground to come towards me and bring me a weapon I can shoot them down with. A pistol or a needler tends to work best. Then I just go back, grab my sniper. There's a health pack here if you need it. You can pick up any grenades. And that's about it for part 1.
The crash did more damage than I suspected. Analyzing.
Power source detected.
Coolant leakage rate is significant. The ship's reactor should already have gone critical. That's our way back in.
I'm Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom, and this is the Halo Combat Evolved walkthrough. I'm not sure why Cortana was speaking over herself there. Must have been some kind of glitch. Usually this part will be kind of difficult, but what I'm going to demonstrate is a way to make it super easy. You just throw plasma grenades up on the top, and you can actually stick some of the elites, and you'll blow some of the other ones off. And then once it's completely empty, then you can go up. It also gives time for the Covenant and the Flood to fight each other a little and knock down the numbers of the Flood. It's a good idea to make sure you get that overshield and some of the plasma grenades there. There's another health pack right here. As you can see, that was pretty easy.
We should be able to get into the ship's control room from here. The Covenant BattleNet is a mess. I can't access the ship's schematics. My records indicate that a shuttle bay should be here. Look, in the corners. The Flood are gathering bodies here.
Now you can shoot some of these courier forms from up top. You just have to watch out for a couple of these combat forms that may come up. Anytime you see a hole like this in the ceiling, usually that's going to be a spot where Flood drop down, and they just keep coming. So there's an easy way to get past them. You just don't stop and jump over any that fall out in front of you, and then lay a plasma grenade on the ground, and it'll blow up the ones that drop down. This door opens and quite a few Flood come out. It's good to use a couple frags to blow them up. Now you can just jump down from the top and land on a tank or just crouch land and avoid that whole hallway section, but I just wanted to show how you could get through the hallway. Here's an overshield and health pack. Now in this spot, it's good to throw a frag against the wall first. Now you want to make sure that 3 carrier forms are blown up before you come down. Now there's going to be a lot of spots here where the Flood is going to be fighting the Covenant. You just want to make sure you don't shoot at them so that they focus only on the Covenant. The shotgun actually works pretty good on the elites. So you can use a shotgun and stick them. Now this is one of those spots with the hole in the ceiling where the Flood just keep coming again. Now you want to make sure you have a few plasma for this area.
Looks like another shuttle bay. We should be able to reach the control room from the 3rd level.
Also, there's a health pack right where I'm standing.
He's delirious. In pain. We have to find him.
This got a little messed up, but when it works out right, I won't have any flood come out behind me. And then I use 2 or 3 plasma grenades. And if I haven't fired, the elites over there don't know where I am. And so I can get the plasma grenades off and almost always take all of them out. And I just use the sniper as a backup. So that's what makes it nice to save the sniper for. Otherwise, it's kind of a harder fight. If you don't have a sniper, it's good to have brought a pistol with you, especially for here. And you want to come down and clear this hallway even though it's not the direction you want to go in to get the keys. Just because if you clear this hallway first, no enemies will come out and surround you afterwards. And it's clear for the end if you want to walk down the ramps. And as you can see, it's best to get the remaining hunter while he's distracted by the flood. Now what happens if you don't clear this area first is you get to the center of the hangar bay, and then Flood and Covenant come out and surround you. Now I didn't die this level, but I was real close right there. A lot of times when I do get killed, it's because of some chain reaction of grenades or some fluke grenade that got blown back on me while it's exploding, which is always wonderful. So here's the health pack that I mentioned before, and I definitely needed it this time. Now this spot, you definitely want to bounce a frag off the wall. It makes it a lot easier. And there's another health pack. There's quite a few flood that come around this corner, and these little infection form. If your shield gets knocked down, it just takes one to really eat up your health. That was kind of funny. He went to swing and I shot his arm off. Now what that noise was in the background was a dropship that just came in.
The control room should be this way.
And I saved that health pack in case I need it later. After the dropship comes in, there's always an elite that ends up out here in the middle, and he's easy to take out with a needler. Sometimes there's a grunt stuck down there also. And that's about it for part 2. Including extras on legendary difficulty for nextgenwalkthroughs.com. So you're just walking to the control room, you pause in this hallway here.
The captain! His vitals are fading! Please, Chief, hurry!
The Covenant and the Flood are going to fight a little bit here. There's a health pack right behind me. And sometimes you can shoot and just inspire the Flood to come down or for the Covenant to come out so you can keep the fight going. But this spot makes a good hold point. There's the health pack I was talking about. There's one elite still hiding down there. You want to use a lot of grenades here. Just make sure you throw them far enough away that you don't get grenades blown back on you. Try to kill everybody before they get to the doorway. This health pack is good to save for later if you need it. Here's the protoform grave mine you could see in part 1.
No human life signs detected. The captain, he's one of them. We can't let the flood get off this ring. You know what he'd expect. What he'd want us to do. It's done. I have the code. We should go.
We need to get back to the Pillar of Autumn. Let's go back to the shuttle bay and find a ride.
So this is a little trick. You go to the door, and just as it's about to open, you quickly move to the back of the room, and you let the Covenant and the Flood fight each other. Otherwise, this area is really, really hard, but this makes it real easy. So apparently Cortana and Master Chief thought Captain Keyes actually wanted Master Chief to stick his hand in Captain Keyes' head. Hey, it's not my thing, but who am I to judge? So you can come back here for weapons if you need to, or for the health pack. When you get down here, it's good to pause because you can allow the Flood to hopefully run out and challenge the Covenant. Now you've got two groups outside the doorway here. Each has a grunt with a fuel rod, and each group has one of the gray elites. All the grays, whether they're grunts or elites, are basically like the special forces for the Covenant. It's good to take out the grunts with the fuel rod, and if you can, take them out first, and then when the fuel rod explodes, it can sometimes take out some of the other enemies for you. As soon as you're done with these two groups, you'll be ready to skip to the end. Normally it's a hard fight after these two groups, but what I'm going to show here is a skip that makes it ridiculously easy. Basically what you do is you crouch land down in the center area, and then you crouch land down where the Banshees are going to land. As soon as the elite gets out, you jump in. And now you've grabbed it so early that the cutscene's not ready, so you can actually use it.
Perfect. Grab one of the escort banshees and we'll use it to return to the Pillar of Autumn.
And once you're in the Banshee, you're indestructible. And that's basically it for Part 3, except for the extras that I've added on the end. ForumsExtremeDotCom. I'm Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom, and this is the 10th and final level of Halo, the Maw, Part 1.
It'll hold.
We're not gonna make it.
We'll make it.
Pull up! Pull up! You did that on purpose, didn't you? We need to get to the bridge. From there, we can use the captain's neural implants to initiate an overload of the ship's fusion engines. The explosion should damage enough systems below it to destroy the ring.
So you just want to make sure you've allowed enough time for all the carrier form to have blown up before you go down. Once you go down, this is a good hold spot, and you can take down all these sentinels pretty quickly. I just throw one grenade here, and the rest of them walk towards it, and it blows most of them up. Now you can get a shotgun and a pistol, or whatever weapons you prefer. Sometimes they're hard to find though, because they're not always right out in the open. I just move up, trigger the door, and then I step back and throw a grenade. You can throw grenades around the corners here and you don't even have to fight the flood. Makes it pretty easy. Now here, as in a lot of places on this level, I just kind of come out, make a shot, and just kind of stir the pot. It gets the fight going. And then once I have all the infection form gone, I come back out and take out the hunters. While they have infection form on them, they tend to spin around, and then you just wait for them to give you their back. Now first I'll take out some of the grunts with a pistol, but eventually I want to look for the plasma pistol so I can take out the elite. Just like usual, full blast with the plasma pistol followed by a headshot with the pistol. So as soon as you move forward to about midway through the cafeteria area, you just shoot a couple grenades, and the two elites will come out right in the way of them. And then just take out the grunts as quick as you can. The last 3 or 4, if any survive, will go back out through the doorway, and they're pretty easy to take out there. You can either just shoot the grunts in the head or throw a couple grenades, one on each side, and then usually you can take them all out that way. Here's some more grenades and reloads for your shotgun and some health packs. Here's another health pack. And there's an elite here.
The bridge. We made it. Let's get to work.
He's easy to stick. You just have to do it as soon as you come around the corner. Now, because of the way the level naturally broke up, Part 1 and Part 2 are going to be kind of short. So all that's really left of Part 1 is the cutscene.
I need you to upload me into the control systems. The terminal is located next to the main view screen. I leave home for a few days and look what happens. This won't take long. There. That should give us enough time to make it to a lifeboat and put some distance between ourselves and Halo before the detonation.
I'm afraid that's out of the question, really.
Oh, hell.
Ridiculous! That you would imbue a warship's AI with such a wealth of knowledge? Weren't you worried it might be captured? Or destroyed?
He's in my data arrays, a local tap.
You can't imagine how exciting this is! To have a record of all of our lost time! Human history, is it? Fascinating. Oh, how I will enjoy every moment of its categorization! To think that you would destroy this installation as well as this record! I am shocked. Almost too shocked for words.
He stopped the self-destruct sequence.
Why do you continue to fight us, Reclaimer? You cannot win! Give us the construct, and I will endeavor to make your death relatively painless and...
At least I still have control over the comm channels.
Where is he?
I'm detecting taps throughout the ship. Sentinels, most likely. As for the monitor, he's in engineering. He must be trying to take the core offline. Even if I could get the countdown restarted, I don't know what to do.
How much firepower would you need to crack one of the engine's shields?
Not much. A well-placed grenade, perhaps, but why... Okay, I'm coming with you. Chief, Sentinels!
Walkthrough on Legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com.
The ship was heavily damaged when it crashed. Head to the cryo chamber. We should be able to get to the engine room through there.
I'm Sword of ForumsExtreme.com, and this is Part 2 of the Maw. Now, normally to take out the Sentinels here, I like to use the plasma rifle, but sometimes the game steals it so that it's gone after the cutscene. If you want to make sure you have it, make sure you grab it before the cutscene, and if you don't have a plasma rifle, all you have to do is find a needler. And you don't even have to take out these Sentinels. You can just skip them and move right on, but I wanted to show how easy it is to do. Now this is a good hold point for all the flood that come out this doorway. All you have to do is keep throwing grenades at the doorway. Now once in a while one of the flood might get stuck down here at the end, so you just have to watch out for that. But right here you just want to wait and let the flood attack the two hunters and the elite that are in the end of the hallway here. Now when you do come out, you just want to throw a grenade beyond one of the hunters without him really seeing you, and sometimes he'll turn around and give you his back. Other times you'll set off a chain reaction of grenades that'll take the elite out. You don't even have to deal with these two hunters and the elite, you can skip right across and go through the next doorway. But if you want to, this is how you can do it. Now a lot of times you can shoot at the neck, and it'll make the head bob and give you a neck shot eventually, and take out the hunter, just like it did here. Now I was trying to get this one to follow me, but he wouldn't. The shotgun is sometimes effective if the hunter is following you. Now here's another health pack, and I like to pick up the plasma rifle because it works best against the sentinels. Now when you get to this spot, you can do it a lot quicker than this. All you do is you take out the first group of infection form, and then go after all the sentinels, and then take out the second group of infection form. And you can do it much, much quicker. But if you want to let them fight each other, you can just lay back and let the sentinels do the work with the infection form. Here's another health pack if you need it. Now the key to this room is not to fire until after you're up the ladder. So you come up the ladder, take out the flood up on this walkway, jump the corner, and most of the time you'll beat the sentinels in the room, but if you don't, just crouch and push through and you'll make it through just like I did. Now you can do this area quicker also by taking out the sentinels right away and moving forward. If you want, you can stay in this room and use it as a hold point against the flood until they're all gone. But what I do is just push forward. There's another health pack in the corner of this room. Now pushing forward here is a little tricky. You have to be real careful grenades don't blow back on you. If you can get grenades beyond the doorway here, that's where all the flood is spawning. And the grenade can kind of clear the way and you can get right through. And here's an overshield. There was a carrier form hiding in the corner, that's what knocked my health down. And here's that health pack I was talking about, and I definitely needed it. And that's about it for part 2. Legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. I'm Sword of ForumsExtremeDotCom, and this is part 3 of the Maw. So when you come through these passageways, there's going to be one grunt coming towards you. He's easy to take out. Once you get in this room, there's a couple plasma grenades here, and you can sit back and kind of watch the action as the Sentinels and the Covenant take on each other. You can pop out and stir the pot every so often and kind of move the action along. When you fire out these doorways, it inspires more enemies to come out. Now this glass has that same glitch where energy weapons won't pass through it, but your shotgun rounds and your pistol rounds will. You just have to watch out about being a little too close if an explosion goes off near the glass, obviously. And here's a health pack and a couple frag grenades. And you can see through here a little bit. Not that it's very useful. And now the flood's out. Now eventually the flood is going to win this fight. Usually it's good to wait until they've taken out both hunters and at least one of the elites, and then from the second doorway you can shoot across the hallway into the doorway on the other side, and that'll make a good hold point. So until then you can kind of just keep stirring the pot. Now you can try and take them on earlier, but it's a lot harder. So this is really the easiest way to get through this part, and that's more or less what I've tried to show all the way through the walkthrough, is the easiest way for people to get through Legendary that maybe have never been through it before. So now you just back into this new hallway, and you can hold up here for as long as you need. When there's one elite left, he's easy to take out from over here. Now they're all gone already. Now the leftover flood, if they're not looking at you, you don't even have to worry about them. You can just leave them. It only really matters if they're chasing you, because then they'll show up after you come out of the armory. Now right here you can see on the floor, arrows pointing to the armory and engineering. So I go to the armory first. I got one flood coming up behind me. And in the armory I get rockets, and I load up on the shotgun. And what you have to watch out for is this is the only place you're going to see invisible flood. And they come out of this doorway, so I like to take them out in case you want to come back. It's a good idea. Now you can come back here as much as you want until you get down to the last reactor. Turn right at the candy machines.
Engine room located. We're here. Alert! The monitor has disabled all command access. We can't restart the countdown. The only remaining option is to detonate the ship's fusion reactors. That should do enough damage to destroy Halo. Don't worry, I have access to all of the reactor schematics and procedures. I'll walk you through it. First, we need to pull back the exhaust couplings. That will expose a shaft that leads to the primary fusion drive core.
Now normally I throw a grenade around this corner, but the first time through is really easy. After that it gets more difficult.
You must surrender the construct, so that we may return to our appointed task.
There's lots of ways to do this, but this pattern is kind of in between what's the easiest and what's the quickest.
Good! Step 1 complete. We have a straight shot into the fusion reactor.
We need a catalyst explosion to destabilize the magnetic containment field surrounding the fusion cells. Use an explosive. I recommend a grenade or rocket. If you run out of explosives, there is an armory station located near the engine room's entrance. Analyzing. Fusion reactor number 1 destabilizing. Use explosives on the other 3 reactors. That should be enough to trigger a wildcat explosion of the engines.
Unacceptable, Reclaimer. You must surrender the construct.
So the quickest way is to jump back up to the 3rd level after you get the explosion, which I'm going to do at the end. But it can be kind of difficult because you can end up with sentinels in the air and flood on the 3rd level with no good cover. But that's not to say you can't do it. I've certainly done it.
Require medical attention.
So spots like this, you just throw a grenade around the corner, it blows up all the flood, and you can get around the corner before they spawn again.
Keep it up. Only one more fusion reactor to go.
Are you perhaps ill?
So this is the last one. I just jump crouch back up onto the 3rd level.
That did it! The engine's gone critical. Based on the current rate of decay, we should have 15 minutes to get off the ship. We don't have much time. We should move outside and signal for evac. Accessing schematics. There's a service lift at the top of the engine room. It leads to a Class 7 service corridor that runs along the ship's dorsal structure.
Surrender
Hurry!
the construct to me, or I will be forced to take you offline permanently.
They left a shield there laying on its side, so you could get up there if you wanted to. There's no real strategic advantage to doing that, it's just something you can do. So when the lift comes down, you just throw a grenade on either side and then a rocket in the middle. And usually there's only one left, and he's easy to take out with another rocket. And that's about it for Part 3. Walkthrough on Legendary difficulty for NextGenWalkthroughs.com. I'm Sword of ForumsExtreme.com, and this is the 4th and final part of the Maw. So now for the famous hog run.
Cortana to Echo 419. Come in, Echo 419.
Roger, Cortana. I read you 5 by 5.
The Pillar of Autumn's engines are going critical, Foehammer. Request immediate extraction. Approach the crash site and be ready to pick us up at External Access Junction 4C as soon as you get my signal.
Affirmative. Echo 419 going on station. Echo 419 to Cortana. Things are getting noisy down there. Everything okay?
Negative, negative. We have a wildcat destabilization of the ship's fusion core. The engines must have sustained more damage than we thought.
Analyzing. We have 5 minutes before the fusion drives detonate. We need to evac now! Activating final countdown timer. When it reaches 0, the engines will detonate. The explosion will generate a temperature of almost 100 million degrees. Don't be here when it blows.
So I guess 100 million degrees would be bad. Now I paused at that first opening just to wait for all the explosions to go off. If you're going to die, that's usually where you're going to die. The pattern for these rooms is pretty simple. The first 4 big rooms, it's center for the first room, then you go to the side for the next 2 rooms, and then center for the last room. So you just drive through the center or middle of this first room. Now the key to the hog run is basically to stay straight anytime you're going to catch air, not to stop anywhere. When you hit these raised areas, to make sure that you stay centered, and the way you do that is not to focus on any fishtailing so that you don't overcorrect. Just focus on the blue arrow and make sure it stays centered. Also, you want to avoid ramps, because ramps are usually what's going to cause you to flip over. and avoid fire, because any stationary fire can indicate where an explosion will come that'll flip your hog. If you do those things, you should make it through fine. Now you can't make this jump, so you can veer off to the side a little. And then it's kind of like the hog slalom.
Cortana to Echo 419. Request extraction now, on the double.
Affirmative, Cortana. Bullhammer inbound.
Wait, stop. This is where Fohammer is coming to pick us up. Hold position here.
Now you don't have to stop here. I'm just doing this for the walkthrough.
Cortana to Echo 419. 2 Covenant Banshees are approaching on your 6. Evade. Say again, evade.
I'm hit! Mayday! Mayday! Airport weapon is shot to hell! I can't hold her! I can't hold her!
Echo 419! She's gone. Calculating alternate escape route. Ship's inventory shows 1 longsword fighter is still docked in Launch Bay 7. If we move now, we can make it.
Also, if you don't stop there, you'll get a much better time at the end. Now don't take the bait and try and run over all the enemies. That's the temptation.
Chief, up ahead there's a gap in the trench. At top speed, we should be able to clear it.
Again, here, just focus on keeping the arrow in the center. Now I try to fishtail the hog a little bit here.
That's the ship! Move! We need to get aboard now!
Then you can jump on the hog and go over the wall. I kind of still went in the fire. You don't have to shoot anything here, I was just doing it for fun. And that's it for the level, and that's it for the walkthrough. All that's left now is the pre-credit and post-credit cutscenes. Now, while the walkthrough is far from perfect, I hope it was useful and helpful, and I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching.
We're cutting it close!
Here we go.
Come here, you mother... Oh, this is it, baby. Hold me.
Shut them down. We'll need them later. Fancy a look?
Did anyone else make it?
Scanning. Just dust and echoes. We're all that's left. We did what we had to do. For Earth. An entire Covenant armada obliterated, and the Flood. We had no choice. Halo. It's finished.
No. I think we're just getting started.